Good morning, everyone. So we're gonna go ahead and start last day of the marathon. So up to September. So we have 30 minutes each presentation this morning, and feel free to ask questions throughout.
Great. Well, thanks for showing up at 9 a.m. on the last day of a conference. I commend your heroic effort. This paper is going to be about contracts and corruption in Pakistan's power sector. And it's going to work with Tim Doberman and Faraz Hayat. And I'm Sugandha Srivastava from the University of Oxford and doing a visiting at LSE. So come say hi. And so essentially, there's the old adage that markets safeguard against corruption. And this paper is really going to speak to that old adage. And often, when we think of electricity, we often conceptualize the buyers and sellers of electricity meeting in a marketplace. There's some market-determined price, and that's kind of the notion we have. But I'm going to tell you that in a lot of developing countries, it's kind of two people shaking hands and a contract being written. And forget the spot market, this contract's going to last for decades, and it's going to have pretty rigid conditions. So these are bilaterally negotiated, and it's between, in terms of the jargon, it's between the government, which is the sole procurer of electricity, and then independent power producers. These are the private firms. And what are we going to be worried about? Well, without competitive procurement, we might worry about rent seeking as well as asymmetric information. So we're not getting that nice feature of markets which aggregates information and uncovers the true price. We're just not getting those nice properties. This is sort of just a bilateral negotiation. And this can lead to markup on the price of power. So you can think that there's just some true price of power electricity provision. But of course, it's going to be in the interest of the independent power producer to try to negotiate up and embed some sort of markup. And negotiated power contracts are used extremely widely. So I know today I'll talk about Pakistan, but I do want to say that across Ghana, Indonesia, China, South Africa, you name it, this model of long-term contracting was in fact put forward by the World Bank. And there was a reason for it. So in the 1990s, many of these contexts were perceived to be extremely risky. There was no private investment in electricity. So what did you do to induce private investment? You said, all right, let's just offer a long-term contract, and that's a way to reduce risk for the investors and enable entry. But the issue is that we have very, very little transparency on what the terms and conditions of these contracts are. And the contracts themselves were not procured in a competitive fashion via an auction. So there was an ad hoc element to how many of these contracts were arrived upon. And so what I'm going to argue is that, given that this is a huge, significant use of public funds because the state-owned utility is procuring electricity from these independent power producers, we ought to know what's in these contracts, not only from like a public econ perspective, but also from a sort of disclosure perspective for the taxpayers, the citizens, etc. So here's what we do in a nutshell. So first, we reveal the terms and conditions of the universe of long-term power contracts in Pakistan. This is really like one of the main things we do. There was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that kind of went into bullet one. I also got to channel being an investigative journalist for once because there was a kind of vibe of trying to uncover information. But number two is that we also try to document who are the counterparties, who are the owners of these independent power producers, and the extent to which more politically connected independent power producers get higher or more generous terms. Then number three is we develop a model to think about the minimum incentive required for entry and investment, accounting for the riskiness of these contexts. And whatever cannot be explained by this model, we infer as the political economy premium or something that we really can't explain. Then we essentially size that markup, and once we know how that's manifesting into higher electricity prices, we quantify the economic costs or the welfare implications. So that's a roadmap of what this project's aims and ambitions are. Today, we'll focus on mostly 1 and 2 and a little bit towards the end. But I want to flag that this is early stage work, so your feedback has additionality, so don't shy away from telling me what's wrong. Now, in terms of the data, so how did we get information on power purchase agreements in an environment where it's very, very difficult to get this? Well, it turns out that Pakistan is unique in the sense that there's a messy gold mine. You have the PDFs that are dumped and strewn across the regulator's website. They're not in an organized fashion, but they are there. So there are 170 primary power purchase agreements, but then on top of that, there are 6,205 amendments that are worth considering to get the full picture. And across these power purchase agreements, embedded in them are 26 unique variables that we need to track to understand what type of profit the independent power producer is making and what the precise terms and conditions are. And these typically last over 25 to 35 years. So you can do the math. There's 26 main variables over multi-decadal time periods. Multiply that with the number of amendments we're dealing with, and you can kind of get a sense of the dimensionality of our data set. Hopefully that's clear. We are the first to compile this sort of data. It took over a year, 5 people kind of slogging it out, 3 fantastic RAs as well as, 2 RAs as well as 3 of us. So it was quite a labor of love, but I do view this as quite a major contribution in its own right. What did it? Sure, Paul.
That outside percent, you have to invest in privately procured states. It all
So privately procured is roughly half of the system. The other half is hydropower, which is government public. So all the hydro is government, and you'll see that this is the rest of the power system. Yeah, but great question. Thank you. What did this sort of look like in practice? So here's a little excerpt of, one of these agreements, and you can see they're specifying the tariff component. So how is O&M compensated? And, it's very interesting to see there's a discontinuity in the rates. 1 to 10 years is the debt servicing period. You have slightly different rates to post 10 years once the debt has been serviced. So these are the types of things that we need to pull out. And a lot of these contracts also have things like guaranteed return on equity. In this case, you can see it's 27.2%. To put this in context, India is 15.5, Nepal is 15, Bangladesh is 15. So, I mean, I didn't think Pakistan would be so much worse than Bangladesh, but there you go. So this already, was a little surprising, but okay. And then, of course, to show you some other kind of interesting elements that we're beginning to tease out, is that we noticed that all independent power producers were getting all manners of indexation against local inflation, foreign inflation, currency movements. This was on top of the guaranteed return on equity. So it was very important for us to collect information on these various types of indexations, because for a context like Pakistan, where currency movements are non-trivial, this can have a very real, pun intended, impact on kind of what you pay for power. And in terms of very helpfully, going back to Paul's question, most of this privately procured capacity is for fossil fuels. So thermal is basically your heat-based generation, then you have combined cycle gas. And there's a small fraction actually of renewables that's privately supported, wind and solar, and a tiny 6% of hydro, but most of the hydro is public. Now, in terms of, this is an environment conference, I did want to put the slide for this particular audience, which is the way to read this graph is that on the x-axis, we have time. On the y-axis, we have gross capacity of fossil fuels. So this is only your dirty generation. And each rectangle is a unique contract with an independent power producer. So the thicker it is, the more kind of capacity, and the length is showing the duration of the contract. And I want to sort of bring your attention to 2050, the net zero. We sort of want the world to get to net zero by 2050. And what you can see is that we have these fossil fuel power purchase agreements that will really, last all the way till then with a non-trivial amount of capacity. So the interesting point here is that even in Pakistan, solar is already cheaper on a levelized cost of electricity basis. So if you don't care about carbon emissions, you still care about the fact that unless and until these are terminated prematurely, you will have more expensive electricity generation till mid-century that is simply locked in because of this rigid long-term contracting nature. So for the environmental audience, I'm like, this is hugely problematic. So that's kind of something here. And of course, exiting these contracts for a country like Pakistan, as you all can appreciate, is very difficult. You worry about your sovereign credit rating. You're already accused of not honoring contracts. So, you don't want to just be frivolous with such things. And yet, clearly, agents have not had a particularly long horizon. They have not necessarily factored in changes in the levelized cost of electricity between different technologies. And here we are, the same instrument used in the 1990s to induce investment has just been carried forward. So now I'm going to go into what we found from the universe of contracts. So let me just go with some descriptive statistics for a little bit to really help you appreciate what we learned from pulling all this data together. Firstly, every single contract is cost plus. Okay, so if your fuel cost increases, if the cost of your coal increases, you can pass on 100% of that increase in the coal price to the government. So there is no incentive for the independent power producer to be efficient, to upgrade its kind of coal furnace system, right? You can just pass this on entirely. This cost plus contracting, I have spoken to power sector, people working in the power sector in Indonesia and India. This is so pervasive. And then I was like, why is this so pervasive? So I went to the World Bank Power Purchase Agreement main page, and they actually had a template saying, oh, cost plus contracting is really, really good. Try it out from the 90s. And I'm like, okay, so this is a bit of a copy paste model. So this is actually very, very pervasive in many power purchase agreements across the developing world. So not only is there no incentive for the independent power producer to be efficient, but there's actually an incentive to lie. You get reimbursed for all your cost increases. So why not just say your costs were higher than they actually were? And we're going to actually find that this happens. So this is, I'm just foreshadowing a little bit, but it creates this sort of perverse incentive. So, you could say, well, Sugandha, where's the corruption? This might just be compensation for risk premium. I'll show you, wait, they're actually lying about their costs, and they have a very good incentive to do so. And here's a little case in point, but one power plant was found to be purchasing coal at $400 per ton, and the market rate is $100. So, it could be just pocketing the 300 plus, and keeping that. So that's there. And, this is all because it's cost plus, it's passed on to the public utility, which eventually is passed on to ratepayers. Or if it's not passed on to ratepayers, an element we don't consider, but I think, Mara, you find it interesting, is that you just have blackouts. They make a loss per unit of power sold, and if it's too politically sensitive to raise prices, then we just don't provide electricity. So there's load shedding, not because of lack of supply, but for economic reasons, because their debt is just accumulating. Oh, I'm good? Okay. How much time do I have? 15 minutes. 15, okay, cool. And the other contract feature I want to draw your attention to are capacity payments. So these are fixed payments that are not linked to the generation of electricity. So that's a separate thing. You get paid per unit of generation, but you also get paid a fixed lump sum on a monthly basis for your capacity. Now, what has happened in Pakistan is that this idea that you just get paid for capacity has led to this very odd situation where there are power plants that are only getting used 15% of the time, and yet they are not shutting down. They're not being driven out of the market. They're still able to stay alive because of these generous fixed capacity payments. So in an ordinary system, these would have been filtered out. You would have had the extensive margin response, they would have shut down. But here, these assets are sort of allowed to survive. And the capacity payments from a public econ sort of lens, they are more than the annual health, education, and social care budget combined. So they are a core part of sort of the debt crisis in this country, and are sort of 5% of GDP, but a lot of this is going for pretty idle generation. Just to give you a benchmark for a coal-fired power plant, running anything less than 70% is considered pretty bad. The fixed costs are high, and you want these assets to be utilized. Sitting idle for 85% of the time it's pretty bad. And so now now that you know kind of what these contracts look like, these are sort of the main descriptive stats features, I want to go back to that political economy premium. So remember, one of our main objectives is to kind of back out this triangle, this distortion. And to do that, we're going to focus on two types of cheating. So the first one I already alluded to is explicit cheating. To what extent are you deviating from the terms and conditions stated within your contract? So what we do is that we get audit reports so that we can infer the true cost that is being incurred by independent power producers, and we compare that to their stated costs. And the discrepancy is what we call lying, where they are artificially inflating their costs to get these lucrative reimbursements. Now, what do we see when we actually do that? Well, it turns out systematically their true costs are indeed much lower, and their real return on equity for the vast majority of power plants ends up being close to 60% rather than the contracted 30%. And some particularly egregious cases that are connected to the military, and I'll allude to who these people are recovering their fixed costs in 2 years. Hopefully all of you can appreciate how crazy it is for like a power plant to recover its fixed costs in 2 years. You typically don't see that sort of recovery.
So you talked about some financial audits.
Yeah.
Did you explain earlier like where these audits are coming from? Or like, in this corrupt system, why do these audits even exist?
Yeah. These audits have been done by the classic auditors like Ernst & Young, etc., and they do exist in certain spaces, and they are very credible. We got it from our contact, so this is a little plug for IGP Pakistan now. But because of the embedded country experts, we were able to actually get our hands on these audits. They're not public. because it's extremely explosive for obvious reasons. But because of the sort of in-depth country connections, we were able to get it. And it's done by the Big Four classic auditors, so.
Right, but so it's done on the government's behest, or because you have to meet some government.
Exactly. But I'm going to allude to something much deeper, right? Like, why is it that we have the audit and there aren't like court cases? So we'll go to that, yeah.
Why is there this extreme excess capacity because we talked about it, that is so low and the return on equity is so high? So it seems like very expensive to get electricity. But do you not using what you have? Like what is the?
So they miss one explanation, which is the main explanation is that they misforecasted demand growth. So they expected that capacity would service future demand. And often because these power projects take a while to come to fruition, we want to sort of plan with a longer horizon, but Pakistan didn't grow as much. The demand for electricity didn't grow, so you had overcapacity. Gregor, yeah.
Yes. I guess if plans service contract, it's set. That's much more. Sorry.
Yeah.
Limited capacity payments to the full entry.
Yes, just to say though, you can't just enter, like you have to enter through negotiating with the government, and through the government, there's only a single procurer for electricity, which is the government. So if you just see these high returns, you can't just walk into the market. You still have to go by the government and they need to say, okay, now we want X amount of capacity to come.
About with the level of competition and the contract gate. Competition is higher than the.
Yeah.
Contract.
So they don't hold any type of auction to get, X gigawatts of power. If they had an auction, then there would be competitive procurement. But as I said, and this is prevalent in a lot of developing countries, there is no auction. They're bilateral negotiations, very opaque, in fact. Any other questions?
Do you have the universal fund?
Yeah, we do.
That's because of the government.
It was dumped on the regulator's website, and it was very messy, but essentially what we did was we went through, 6,205 amendments, 170 primary contract documents, and traced the evolution of 26 variables over 25 to 35 years, which is the different contract durations. And then we built a systematic database. So each column is kind of these 26 variables evolving over those 30 years. And then, each unit is the independent power producer.
Usually the Chinese don't like to evolve.
Yeah, but we actually got all the Chinese contracts, and I'm going to show you, as I was telling Catherine a little earlier, the premium embedded in the Chinese contracts are truly staggering. So we're going to look at explicit cheating, and the implicit cheating is the more fundamental question of to what extent are these contracts lopsided? To what extent do they reflect an unfair transfer of risk away from the private firm towards the government? And that is where we will need to rely on the modeling, because our model will then be able to sort of justify what is a rational level of return based on the risk characteristics of the context. And then we'll see how much these contracts deviate from the market value. We will also be leveraging data from like comparator countries and comparator projects, like to take coal projects in Bihar. Bihar might have a sovereign credit rating that's similar to Pakistan, and then try to see, to what extent, conditional on you believing our benchmarks are these sort of lopsided.
Are there cases where there is a contract, but the supplier failed to build the power plant?
That's a really good question. In Pakistan, we really don't see them failing to build too much from my experience. I haven't seen too much cancellation, but I can look into that. From my first answer, from my gut feeling that my memory is that that doesn't happen too much. Yeah.
Are you gonna, like, I guess you said it's like, access to control, I guess another story is that there are insiders or that these contracts are given in the first place to people that have some, that Pakistan has some other relationship with China. Maybe this is like some underlying law that Pakistan secures in this way. So this could also be like huge distortion, like the extensive margin. Are you considering that as well when you quantify the?
So sorry, the question
It
is,
seems like this is on the intensive margin, the contracts there are, and you think about, well, like, are these sufficient or not, but it
Yeah.
could be that, like, if there's
Oh,
overcapacity.
yeah,
This
absolutely.
seems big as well.
Yeah, very, very good point. So you're right that this would be on the intensive margin, but, 5 minutes. But on the extensive margin, where that will come in most saliently is that we will also quantify the cost in terms of debt. And the sort of, the proportion of debt that's driven by idle capacity is going to speak a little bit to the extensive margin point.
Right.
Yeah. But that's great, and we'll try to systematize that point more. Anyway, let's just get on with China because, we'll do the explicit cheating and implicit cheating. Now I'm gonna give you a little flavor of what sort of results we see. So first of all, when we control for kind of technology and time, and we compare kind of the premium across these contracts, we find that Chinese coal gets a premium tariff that is about 25% higher, controlling for other characteristics that can differ. And it also gets a significantly higher return on equity. So that's kind of one initial observation, and these contracts were sort of government to government negotiations. So again, there was no competitive procurement. What I find particularly interesting is that coal, normally coal doesn't see high risk premia. It's a very mature technology. It's been tried and tested across the world since the Industrial Revolution. So I'm used to seeing higher risk premia for new tech. But in this case, we do see coal, Chinese coal in particular, getting pretty high compensation. So that's an interesting initial result. The other part is that we see that textile lobbyists. So we go through all of these contracts and we look at which independent power producers are owned by textile lobbyists. And it's a non-trivial proportion of them. And the textile lobby in Pakistan is extremely powerful. So we see that the energy purchase price for textile, for IPPs that are connected to textiles is also, systematically higher than non-textile. Obviously, we need to do more, these are descriptives. The last one was more from a regression, but this is just a descriptive plot. Yet it's a descriptive plot on the universe of all privately procured capacity, so it still has some information, but we'll do more with that. And I want to underscore the textile case particularly, 2 minutes, because the textile lobby as users of electricity negotiate subsidies for electricity because they say it's really expensive. And they get very generous subsidies that are very much directed only to that sector. And so when we were going through the counterparties of these contracts and we found out so many were actually connected to textiles, and it was because of the lopsidedness of these contracts that electricity was expensive, we were basically like, oh, they're double dipping. So they're, they are partially responsible for these high prices, and then they also switch over and pretend to be just consumers and get subsidies. So this to me really pointed at a deeper question that if you consider Coasian bargaining, that's only efficient if the government actually represents the citizens' interests. But when you see contracts like this being signed, it sort of reveals an underpinning concern that whose interests are actually being represented in this Coasian bargain. And that's kind of what markets safeguard against. The last part, which, you know, we're all sort of working on, so we'll get all these different estimates, lower bound and upper bound of the political economy premium. We'll feed that into a model. And one part of our machinery that's already been built is the sort of back end where we see how does higher electricity price translate into loss of GDP. And what we find using firm level data, we have a multi-sector static general equilibrium model, which has energy intensive and labor intensive firms. But what we find from that is roughly like a 10% increase in electricity price leads to a 1% reduction in GDP. Now, what the piece in the middle is we need to show how much of the price increases are driven by this political economy dimension. So this is kind of our machinery at that end where like we're finding the middle piece and we have the beginning, which is our data set. So that is what this project is, but it's work in progress. And as a quick summary, we find that we were kind of shocked by the extremely generous contract terms. There was no competitive procurement, so hard to know if these are really cost reflective. A statistically significant premium for Chinese-backed projects is already observable. And as I said, you know, we are in a situation where because of the rigidity and longevity of these contracts, we are locking in not only more dirty, but far more expensive generation for decades to come for a population that is already very, very poor. Get in touch. I told you the next steps already. Looking forward to your feedback. Thank you.
Maybe this is too much to ask. I mean, it's a huge, wonderful data set. Do you have any way of figuring out like where the rents are going? So for instance, you're paying 400 or 4x for the coal.
Yeah.
Is that going to the coal firm, or is that, are they really only paying 100 to the coal firm and reporting a higher number? And like how much is going to the Chinese? How much are the Chinese kicking back?
So the audit report certainly shows supernormal profits to the firm when we compare the stated cost versus the actual cost. So that seems to be going to the firms. Then how it's distributed between these different firms, we haven't been as systematic about this, but really we're seeing the two cases that I flagged, the textile owned and the Chinese stand out as like particularly extractive relative to the other, which is just owned by your run-of-the-mill, like rich Pakistani family, which happens to be very connected. So the issue there, though, Catherine, is that obviously some of these counterparties are not going to be very explicit about how they're connected. So we have been actually matching the contract owners to electoral registries to see who ran for political office. And then we will be able to get sort of a stronger measure if we find matches in that regard. Other questions?
Up to the council.
Cool. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. This is joint work with a group of co-authors, and we did the randomized author order, and the randomization gods looked favorably on me. So I am, as a W, especially appreciative of being the first author on this paper. We're looking at the intersection between electrification, which has a lot of meanings in different contexts. I'll describe what we have in mind in a second, and political economy factors. So electrification is used to describe different things that seem like they're not super related, but I think that they are in some way. So in Africa, electrification is described as kind of grid build out, bringing more people onto the electricity grid. So implicitly, you're replacing cook stoves that use fossil fuels or kerosene lamps with electricity. In the US, there are people that are talking about kind of electrify everything. Electrification is talking about replacing internal combustion engines with electric vehicles, or replacing like, gas furnaces with heat pumps. And everywhere, we're talking about electrification in the industrial context. So for instance, making green steel using electricity. I think the thing that these things all have in common is that electrification is really one of the main vehicles that's going to be used for decarbonization. So a question is kind of who is doing this build out? Who is doing this electrification? And is it being done efficiently? Who's getting the rents? Are there distortions in the way it's being built out? In Africa in particular, 75% of the countries have a single centralized electric utility. So this centralization is going to bring in the political economy context because we think that this central control may leave the electricity sector vulnerable to favoritism. There have been other papers that have looked at favoritism in the electricity sector. Ours is different because we're looking at the actual investment, the actual build out of the electricity sector, not kind of the operational decisions. And we're going to pay particular attention to favoritism here. Okay, or to decentralization as a vehicle for overcoming favoritism. So decentralization, there are people in this room who I'm sure know a lot more than I do about this idea, but it's basically the idea of kind of devolving political power to more regional governments. And this is seen as pretty successful as a way to constrain the central presidential power. It's been documented to lead to lower conflict between regional groups, reduce corruption, and like increased competition. If you have decentralized political power, you have kind of breeding ground for a bunch of politicians, and then those politicians can compete on the national level. Something I read said that since 1990, almost 50% of African countries had been involved in substantial decentralization of political power. Here are a snap of headlines that talk about decentralization in other parts of the world, Ukraine, Southeast Asia, Jordan. Kenya has its own decentralization effort. In 2003, it passed the Constituency Development Fund Act. It set up these constituencies around the country. I think there are about 290 of them, and set out a kind of transparent way to allocate funds to the different constituency. Also, it set up a parliament, have locally elected members of parliament that manage the funds. In 2010, the Constitution kind of, gave the Constituency Development Fund added oomph, established it as a part of the core democratic principles, and it has been kind of widely heralded. Ken Opalo says it's arguably Africa's strongest parliament, and decentralization, devolution is seen as the biggest political transformation since independence. Okay, so as I said, this paper is going to look at the intersection between this decentralization move and electrification. In particular, we're looking at Kenya's Last Mile Connection Program, or LMCP. It was a massive investment. World Bank, AFDB, a bunch of donors were funding this. And the goal was basically to go to transformers and connect lots of people around those transformers. In previous work, we'd shown that there were transformers that existed, and like only 5% of the households within 600 meters of those transformers were connected. So the goal of the LMCP was to kind of densify and add connections to the existing transformers. In part because of this program, in large part, I think, because of this program, electricity access grew from 25% in 2009 to 70% in 2019. But this was a very, very political program. So I was there in July of 2017, right before the presidential election. This was an enormous billboard, kind of just like lording over the market below it. It shows this jolly gentleman eating his ice cream, and it says, Kenya Power is featured very prominently there. It says like Kenya is shining. Kenya is lighting up, basically. So definitely a issue that the incumbents at the time were using to kind of generate enthusiasm. So the real question here is, did this electrification program happen in a way that recognized the decentralization? In particular, was the allocation of these transformer densifications consistent with the Constituency Development Fund formula? As I said, it's like this simple, transparent formula, and we can compare exactly how the transformers were chosen relative to the CDF. In particular, like Kenya Power said, we are going to follow the CDF formula. So it was explicit, at least on their website, that they were going to do this. So our first question is really simple, like, did they hold to their promise? Did the allocation of the electrification projects follow the CDF? Finding that it did not, just a preview of our results, we'll give a couple of hypotheses for why favoritism might persist despite these decentralization efforts. Okay, so first I'll talk about the data. We have extremely, extremely rich data here. Two of the co-authors in particular, Eric and Susanna, have done a lot of work kind of establishing relationships at Kenya Power. So we have the universe of every single electricity meter in Kenya. We have them geotagged. We have the universe of every single transformer in Kenya. We have the list of the about 12,000 transformers that were selected for the LMC project. And then we have like construction progress data on about half of the LMCP transformers. Just another indication that politics played a role in the electricity densification program. So this is the number of meters that were activated under the LMC program. You can see, very rapid run up before the August 2017 election. You squint, it looks like it slowed down, but then it sped up again because there was like a rerun. And then completely plateaued after the political action. Okay, so we're going to study the electoral side of this. We also have electoral data for about 1,300 wards. So we're going to use 2013 presidential voting, 2017 presidential voting. I'm not going to show it, but in the paper we use kind of parliamentary electoral data as one of our ways to try to explain why we see the deviation from the CDF. And then we have important administrative data. So we have the CDF allocations. And then kind of one of the questions you always are faced with if you find favoritism is, well, was this favoritism, economically efficient? Did it actually go to the places that were growing and just kind of happened to correlate with the places that also voted for the incumbents? As one control we got from Tavneet Sura, the rollout of M-Pesa agents. So we take that as kind of an independent private indication of where they thought there was going to be economic growth. So we're going to break down the kind of 4 stages of rural electrification. In the end, the outcome that we're looking at is the number of households that are connected through the LMCP process over the universe of households in that area. But we're going to break that down. First, we need, like, to get an electricity connection, you need to have a transformer there. Then you need that transformer to be selected as part of the LMC program. Then, even if it's selected, only about 65 or 70% of the transformers was that actually work. So, did you actually see the work there? And did in some cases you saw like poles go up, but not eventual meters. And so did the people get, did they get their meters? We're going to look at both the marginal impacts at these different stages and then the cumulative impacts. We think that the marginal impacts give us some information about the role of centralization because these last 2 steps were made at more decentralized level. There were kind of local contractors that were actually doing the construction, whereas the selection of the LMCP transformers was at the central Kenya Power level. Okay, I'm gonna show you a couple graphs that look like these. These are just density plots. And what we're doing is plotting for areas that supported the opposition in red and areas that supported the Kenyatta, the incumbents in blue. In this case, we're looking at LMCP sites, so kind of the second step in the breakdown that I just showed you. Basically, the share of LMCP sites minus the share of CDF funds. Yeah, Mar.
I'm wondering if you observe the funds themselves, do they get the funds energy or do they get these transformer assignments and then they get paid for the upgrades? So what do I guess what do they get?
So like they just get assigned, this is just, did the transformer get assigned to be part of the program?
So that's how it works, and they get. That they get a lot of money and then the central government supplies from.
That's a good question. I think, I'm not sure we know the answer to that. I mean, we just see the result, basically. So are you suggesting that like maybe the opposition areas got the money but spent it on something else, or?
I have no idea about the context, so maybe it's more expensive areas, more rural areas, more rural areas that might have different costs. That would be I think that I would have in mind.
Okay.
It looks like very counted,
Yeah. Yeah, okay, but basically this is, did they get selected at that second step? And so like if they got selected and got the money and then didn't do it, you would have seen fewer meters. So we'll see if anything that the last steps kind of narrow the level of favoritism. So the favoritism is definitely happening at this like first step. Did you get selected before the money went out the door? Okay, so, you know, pretty clear evidence. I'll show you regressions. Also, it's statistically significant that there's a big difference between the number of transformers selected per in areas that voted for Kenyatta versus the opposition. So this is the final. Oops. This is the final step, the number of LMCP meters relative to CDF funds. You know, if you squint, the other one was 0.1 to negative 0.1 to 0.1. This is a little bit tighter, and that was what I was indicating to Mar. There's still favoritism, but if anything, a little bit less. So did the allocation of electrification projects deviate from the CDF allocation? Yes, it seemed to in a way that favored the ruling party. So the second question is, as I said, can this be explained by other factors? Is there some economic reason for doing the allocation this way? So here is where we're looking at the number of LMCP sites or the percentage of the LMCP sites minus the percentage of M-Pesa agents. And here again, you see that even relative to the number of M-Pesa agents, we're seeing evidence of favoritism. Okay, so here it is in regression with a set of controls in kind of different ways for selecting the controls using lasso. And you see pretty consistently that if you voted pro-government, that you were more likely to get LMCP sites. Here it is in numbers. And then here is the effect size. So, you know, somewhere between 42 to 46% more LMCP sites. I'll say something at the end to kind of put the size of favoritism in context. Here it is in terms of the electricity meters, again, as I said, kind of indicating a slight narrowing where the pro-government got 31 to 35% more electricity meters.
Catherine.
Yep.
Maybe this is coming at the end of context, but this is all against, you're showing us that decentralization didn't eliminate favoritism completely. Is that an interesting null? Or like, can you compare to what happens in other places that don't have decentralization?
Yeah. There's a slide. I mean, I guess just to preview the slide, it looks like favoritism is going down over time. This is still like statistically significant favoritism. But it does look like it's gone down. I guess our conclusion though is that there could be kind of this tension between an electricity sector where there are economic reasons to do it at a centralized level, right? Like you have an entire grid that spans the country. And so you might not want to have individual constituencies, 290 different ones making decisions with the idea of decentralization. So, yeah, even though it's kind of low relative to other contexts.
Is there another less decentralized African country that also happen to expand the grid? And of course, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. So did you get more favoritism? Did it constrain the favoritism? Yeah, we can't answer that.
So how explicit was it that they were not going to do favorites?
I mean, the Kenya Power website said we are going to follow the CDF allocation rule, and the CDF allocation rule is pretty set in stone.
What's in the CDF? What are the variables?
I don't know. My co-authors would know.
Basically like population.
Yeah. I mean, I think the constituencies are basically equally sized, so I think you're basically supposed to be giving equal amounts of money to every constituency. Okay, so just to summarize, we think that the allocation of LMCP sites deviated from the CDF allocation. It follows political alignment, it favored the ruling party, and it cannot be explained by economic growth or other observables, nor by population. I didn't show you that, but that's in the paper. And the timing, as I showed you, the construction really ramped up before the 2017 presidential election. So now we're going to try to kind of unpack some of this, and we really have two hypotheses for why favoritism might have persisted even in the presence of the big kind of decentralization reforms. So one is that decentralization delegated power to these local governments, but they continued to be pro-government. So even if you're doing decentralization, there's some kind of favoritism that remains, or the decentralization didn't empower local politicians in practice, that the kind of centralized parastatal Kenya Power was still making the decisions, and the local leaders kind of were left with whatever allocation of LMCP sites that the parastatal came up with. So to answer these, we're going to go back to our kind of stepwise consideration of the process. And as I said, these decisions, kind of which transformers were selected to be part of the program, were made more centrally, whereas these, the actual implementation of the construction and the eventuality getting the electricity meters there were made more centrally. Whoops. Okay, so here we're looking at both the marginal and the cumulative effects. I'm going to focus on the marginal effects because that helps us to distinguish between those two hypotheses. And you see that there's some indication that the marginal effects at the later two stages are negative. It's not statistically significant. It's not super strong, but they are, at least not more positive. So it suggests that the favoritism wasn't accentuated at the regional level. Okay, so that just says what I just said. Okay, so to conclude, we quantify favoritism relative to this simple and transparent allocation rule. We think this is kind of a contribution in this sense that usually you don't have this like nice what the government says it's going to do benchmark. We did it in the context of this huge electrification program. It's important both in terms of the money that was spent, also in terms of who's going to be the beneficiaries of the future electricity our future energy system if electrification is this big initiative. Given climate change, we find significant deviations from the rule, and they the deviations can't be rationalized by socioeconomic concerns. Okay, so this is the chart that I was describing in answer to Judd's questions. So basically, we're plotting the level of favoritism as a function of when it happened, and this is pre-CDF, this is post-CDF. And so you do see that over time, the level of favoritism has gone down. This is the Rhodes paper, this is this study. We're a little bit lower than the Rhodes study. So, maybe that suggests that there's progress, but I guess I still think that there's some chance that this kind of fundamental conflict between operating a centralized electricity grid, as I said, that's the case in 75% of African countries, and decentralization might persist. Okay, why did it persist? I haven't shown you these results, but we also looked at kind of the members of parliament. There was no, and we can use a regression discontinuity, like people that just barely won. We didn't see any favoritism exerted towards the members of parliament, the members of parliament towards wards that had voted for them. So this is kind of within a constituency. Do you see relative favoritism? And then also no favoritism towards the government aligned members of parliament. So we think that, LMCP, this is yet another evidence that the favoritism was driven by the phases of the program that were literally controlled at the center. Okay, so finally, we think that decentralization, there's an indication that it's less effective for the electricity sector.
Are you going to track going forward? It's a huge increase in access to energy, whether that actually has consequences for economic activity in these places?
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of the subject of some of our other work. And we see that even if people got electricity connections, they use very, very low levels of power. So in my head, there's this kind of fundamental tension between, like, it's apparent that electricity connections and electrification are super political, but then people don't seem to benefit hugely for it. So like, why is it? Is it because it's so visible? Is it like the elites think that people want electricity, but then they don't actually use the electricity, that the elites somehow are misinterpreting preferences? I think those are interesting questions, not ones that we'll address in this paper.
Are you able to know how much the central government benefits from deviating from the CDF role in terms of whether they get more votes, or is there some political economy framework whereby it's rational for them to deviate from the CDF role?
Yeah.
And if so, then what are those gains that make it rational to deviate?
Yeah, I don't think so. We've looked at, are they doing it more towards marginal districts, like to try to earn votes? So we've looked at it, I think the opposite of what you want, like, did they gain those votes? We don't see strong, there's kind of like favoritism both for the core and for the marginal. It's not obvious that they're, rewarding the core versus going for the marginal. Yeah, I don't know if we've looked at after the fact. I guess that's a relevant question to Robbins. Does it work, basically?
Does it work? Yeah. Do they gain anything on whatever their optimization function is?
Yeah.
Clearly they seem to be getting some benefit, net benefit from deviating. Like, what is that? And yeah. No, those are great questions. Thank you. Yeah.
Do we have a theory about how decentralization is supposed to affect bureaucrats versus politicians? I think it seems most immediately obvious to me that decentralization is going to constrain what politicians can do with resources. But if this is like, I don't really get the context, but if this is a civil servant who's been in their job a long time, and maybe you're the Kenyan deep state, it seems like that plugging into that literature about elected officials versus bureaucrats.
Yeah. My sense is that they're not deep state, they're like the political appointed. The CEO of Kenya Power is was like chosen based on affiliation, tribal affiliation, basically. So.
They rotate out of the jobs, but it's not like.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm not sure that the CEO is the person making the actual decision, so, yeah. Those are interesting questions, though. All right, thank you. Oops. Okay.
Yeah. I guess that's a point.
Very good. Yes. Thanks everyone for and the organizers for the conference, and thanks for having me present my work. My name is Abdullah Sise. I'm a graduate student at UC Berkeley, and I'm here to present my project on the value of electricity reliability using evidence from a natural experiment in Senegal. So the project starts from the well-known fact that reliability is a major constraint, both for firms and households in low-income countries. And this is common or apparent in common surveys, both on the firm side, such as the World Bank enterprise surveys, as well as on the household side, when you look at surveys such as the Afrobarometer. So this is a first order issue that utility companies understand and usually prioritize, at least in sub-Saharan Africa, in low-income countries. And so there's a large capital investment that utility companies generally make to upgrade their grid infrastructure. As has been said earlier today, this upgrade on grid infrastructure address different objectives depending on where in the globe you are. For some, is closer to decarbonization objectives. For others, such as the context that I'm looking at, is going to be closer to just meeting basic access needs as well as reliability. And so the big picture question that I'm after here is trying to understand the potential for these grid upgrades to shock the willingness to pay for grid electricity. So thanks, Catherine, for the fantastic presentation, but that's kind of the stage. That's kind of the context that I'm studying, which is one in which you have low willingness to pay for grid connection at baseline. And so there are open questions related to whether reliability plays any role, beside obviously, some of the other ones, such as the one that has been mentioned. So specifically in terms of research questions, I'm going to try to answer two questions. The first one is empirical. Just trying to get a good sense of whether there is any impact on these grid upgrades on household and firms' economic outcomes, and I'll be more specific about what those outcomes are. And then conditional on doing that empirical analysis, trying to connect it to a model that will allow me to say the extent to which value for electricity grid connection may change as a result of having these reliability changes. And we are going to study this in the context of the electricity network, distribution network in Senegal, where there has been electricity reliability improvement project over the last few years. And we are going, in the first part on the empirical analysis, we are going to leverage rich disaggregated data on household bills, outages, grid, the evolution of the grid, as well as a survey of consumers, panel survey of household, in order to say something about the first question, the causal impact of these projects. And then in the second part, we are going to connect this reduced form estimate to a discrete choice model of electricity connection. So a consumer deciding whether to connect to the grid and how much or how intensively to use their appliances. And we are going to use that model to estimate the willingness to pay for having grid electricity available to you. And then finally, because we have billing data, we are going to try to think about what this means on aggregate in terms of consumer surplus. The talk is going to be mostly about the empirical analysis and a bit maybe on the discrete chess model if I have time, but I'm happy to take any question on any of this. So just briefly, we do find that these reliability projects reduce outages for the station that receive these projects. And this lead to a reduction or an increase in electricity consumption in the order of magnitude of 5 to 10%, sorry. And this is accompanied by an increase in appliance upgrades, as well as some evidence of reallocation of time use that I will show some details on. And again, we have some estimate on the discrete chess model, kind of thinking about willingness to pay for peak hour versus off-peak hour, and trying to think about whether this willingness to pay changes when you have this reliability project, and I will come back to this toward the end. So just briefly on the literature, there is quite a large literature studying the effect of electricity reliability broadly defined, so different metrics here on either firms and household. And so what we are trying to add here is to study a large-scale natural experiment that's going to give us large changes in outages. So here we are going to study outages as hours when you don't have electricity. So it is not going to speak about some of the other dimensions that are obviously important, such as voltage fluctuations. Catherine has a nice work in Ghana that specifically looks at that, for example. And then we are going to connect this with the model in order to back up revealed preference estimate of willingness to pay. And I think what's nice here is that we are trying to think about different dimensions of reliability, at least in terms of the timing of when these outages happen. And really the end goal here is to say something about the role of reliability in terms of the shocking willingness to pay for grid connection, which is generally low at baseline. So I'll start with a few slides on the context before moving on to my empirical analysis. So the electricity market in Senegal is that in which you have one state-owned electricity company that's partially in charge of production. So to the first presentation, there's a lot of IPPs here upstream, but they're fully in charge of transmission and distribution. We have about 2 million customers. Some are on prepaid meters, some are on postpaid, most are on prepaid meters. And outages do happen here. So Senegal is perhaps better than some of the other African countries, that is generally in the middle of the pack in terms of where it situates on outages. These outages can be either unplanned, where the utility doesn't know, or the line is shocked with line incidents, sometimes related to weather, and the utility company may have to do planned have planned outages in order to deal with these line incidents. Generally, planned outages last longer, but most outages are unplanned in this setting. So in terms of the data that we use to try to answer our question, we first start with digitized map of the grid network from 2015 to 2023. This is going to give us kind of the ability to construct the event, so to be able to see which stations are treated, when, and perhaps importantly, what else is happening in the network in order to get some coverage and just to get a good sense of what exactly we are estimating. We have station level outages. So this is all outage incidents from 2016 to 2023. Just to caveat here that this is outages, so it doesn't again speak to what happens further downstream, such as voltage fluctuations, although the two are necessarily related. We have the bills, the universe of bills from 2012 to 2024, and this is going to give us electricity expenditure and use, appliances, and location of clients. So coming back to that at the end. And then we have data on household economic outcome from the panel of survey that I mentioned. So this is, for those that are familiar, similar in spirit to LSMS surveys. The nice thing here is that this is geocoded, so I'm able to match it to the rest of the data set. And we have, because these are geocoded, we have additional coverage that we can use. This is just a map showing when outages happened from 2016 to 2024, going from left to right on the left-hand side graph, and then going from bottom to up when during the day they happen. So we see a big mass happening kind of during the day, and then we see a big mass happening in the summer. So between red lines, about 3/4 of the way, which is generally from June to October when demand is highest. On the right-hand side, this is peak demand electricity, same idea, seasonally over time and throughout the day. And we see that peak hour here and in line with some pricing that are time of use pricing in this setting is going to be roughly between 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Obviously, you have some, in the summer especially, you have some demand happening later than that. Just to fix ideas on what exactly I'm studying here. So you have generation and transmission upstream and midstream. We are studying what's happening downstream. So starting from substation or source station, depending on, so here they call it source station. I'm keeping the name of the utility here. So the electricity getting to these source stations, which feed the lines. And each feeder line had a sequence of transformers or distribution station. And each of these stations is going to serve a household or firm or jointly both. So I'll come back to this scale. This is a stylized map. Obviously, the network is a lot more complicated than this, but this is just to kind of fix ideas. So the project that we are studying are going, yes. Can you? Oh, yes. This one? Yes. So this is peak demand, at each hour of the day as recorded by the utility. This is actually not backed out from the bills that we have. This is aggregate figures from. Yeah, so this is at the, I think they have it at their source station level. Yeah, sorry, I should clarify. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I guess part of the reason is trying to make it a bit more comparable in terms of where the analysis is the level at which I'm doing the analysis. Yeah, although the data is a good question. Thank you. So in terms of the project that we are studying here, it's going to be the installation of remote control units on these distribution stations or transformers. These units are going to allow the utility to do some manipulation of line remotely. So the status quo is that the utility would have to send technicians when there is a line incident, and you can imagine that that can take time and resources. So this is a way to kind of mitigate that. And part of the reason one of the tools that they have is the smart meter that come with these remote control units, which give them information near real time on current voltage metrics that they can use to either prevent or detect outages early on. So as a result of this, the utility is able or should be able to better isolate faults online, so to better localize fault on the line, in order to kind of prevent the pass-through of outages across feeders or at least across stations within feeder or even across feeders. Just to put some cost indications, these are indications that I got from the utility, just to say that these are pretty cheap relative to any most electricity project that you can think of. Obviously, if you scale it by here in this case we have about 1,500 of this project, it can be quite costly, especially for such economy. But relative to most electricity project, very low. And this is part of a bigger funding scheme generated mostly through MCC for those that are familiar. Perhaps not the best slide given what's been said today, but just to fix ideas on the official criteria. So these are the official as reported by the utility in terms of how they wanted to choose what to target. So the first two are perhaps all you need to take away from this, which is that they want to prioritize the areas that are denser, so the area that are serving more clients, but they also want to minimize the distance, in order that they would have to incur if they wanted to send a technician there. So there's a tension there between more urban areas and more rural areas. And the third one is typical, in I guess distribution network where you have some critical infrastructure in part of the line and you want to take care of that. So this is just, yes.
Just these criteria, do you observe that this is what's happening in practice, or is this what they're saying they will do?
Yes, good question. So that's what they said they do. Okay. Obviously, we have no reason to believe that they stick to this, especially after everything been said today. I have here a regression that essentially tries to see whether the data, so we have information on this, whether we can at least see some correlation, and we do see some correlation. Is the R squared is not 1, so there is there is some variation there that's not explained by the data. Obviously, there may be some interaction too. I'm not just running a simple OLS, so there could be some interaction between some of these that are not picked up by the model. So yeah, but just to say that it may not be exactly how they put it. This is just the evolution of how many feeders are treated between 2015 or 2016 and now, and how many stations in those feeders are treated. So we see a slow ramp up, a lot of feeders treated in 2018, 2019, and then to a lesser extent, more feeders being treated over time. So I'll come back to this also shortly. And so here, the feeder that we include here and the station that we include here are those that are there before the devices were installed. So in the background, there is access, much like what Catherine was speaking about earlier. Access is happening in the background quite aggressively. So the number of stations went from 4,500 to 10,000 in the span of our analysis. So that's in the background. This is just a map of Senegal with the feeder lines that I mentioned earlier. The blue ones are those that are treated before or on in 2018, and the red ones are those that are treated after. And the inset map shows Dakar, which is the small area, but the capital city where you have a lot of lines in this small part. And yeah, just wanted to show kind of the geographic distribution. You can kind of see some cluster, but then there is also some variation. Now moving on to my empirical analysis. So any study of reliability has to deal with at least two common challenges. One is that there is simultaneity between economic activity changing and reliability changing, and it can go either way. One can affect the other, vice versa. The other one, perhaps more relevant in my setting, because I'm studying large-scale experiment, is the potential spillover of these reliability changes on untreated or controlled stations. Yeah, we are going to try to deal with both of these in turn. So we start with the simplest of approaches, which is to just try to get a good sense of the direct effect of this project on the stations that are actually treated, that actually receive the project. So this is going to be looking at stations that were treated early and trying to compare them to stations that were treated late and to stations that are in feeders with no station treated at all. So that's the kind of the direct effect on outages. We also want to get a good sense of whether the effects are localized on the treated station or whether they actually spill over to other untreated stations. So here we forget about the treated stations and we only focus on untreated stations. We have the sequence of stations across the feeder line. So we know which stations are upstream and which stations are downstream. And so we compare the upstream station to the downstream stations on feeders that are treated with at least one station. So that gives us a sense of the spillover both upstream and generally across the line. So that's at the station level, but we are fundamentally interested in economic outcomes, which is at the client level. So for this, we want to think about clients that live in similar area, one being in a feeder with the treated stations upstream, and one being being served by a feeder, untreated feeder, or a feeder that's treated late, but living in the same area. So that's kind of the roadmap of the analysis that we are doing. So we start with outages at the station level. We move on to electricity expenditure and use, appliances, time used at the client level, and at the household level, depending on the data set. So just briefly on this slide, this is on the direct effect, the same map as I had before. We forget about the untreated stations in red. We zoom in on the blue station that's treated early and compare them to the red one that are treated late, and to the black one that are treated late, and to the red one online with no treated station at all. So that's the direct effect. This is just the regression from like that, event study with some controls, clustering everything at the feeder level because there is some spatial correlation within feeder across station. Within feeder across stations. And the identifying assumption here is that the outages would trend similarly for treated stations, for stations that were treated early relative to stations that were treated late in the same district. This is the triple difference in difference where we forget about the treated station and we focus on downstream versus upstream stations. So maybe the question is clearer actually. So just looking at the post-treatment coefficient interacted with the treatment, feeder treatment dummy interacted with whether the station is upstream, and similar controls and similar clustering elements. Finally, at the client level, we want to zoom in on stations that are in field. Now the treatment is defined at the feeder level, not at the station level. So even though the station in blue is not treated with a device, it's part of a feeder line that's treated. And even though the station in black, station 823, is not treated, it's part of a feeder line that's treated late. So we want to compare clients in served by those stations because they have different treatment level at the feeder level. And that's just a regression. So now instead of doing the analysis at the station level, we are doing it at the client level, and we want to look at the within district variation. Thank you. We run a few robustness that I have this slide before I even show you the result, but just to say that we try to at least think about some of the common concerns that are relevant when it comes to doing event study regression, especially in this context where there's a lot of potential spillover and correlations. So this graph shows the effect of the project on outages just to check whether they actually move anything before moving on to economic outcomes. So on the left-hand side, we have the duration of outages at the station level. On the right-hand side, we have the number of outages also at the station level. So here the baseline is about, as I mentioned earlier, 20 hours. So we go from that to a reduction of roughly 9 hours, which is substantial. The project that we study are deliberate in that way. So we go for the projects that are actually going to give us intensive treatment. The right-hand side is the number of outages. We don't see much there, at least when we look at the treated station only. We see something when we look at actually the spillover effect. But generally speaking, the theory of change should be coming from the duration of outages, as I mentioned earlier, trying to reduce the time it takes to handle outages that are a bit far away. This is now moving on to client level bills. So a bit the data is more granular and a bit nicer. So on the left-hand side, we have electricity used in kilowatt hour. On the right-hand side, we have electricity expenditure. So both in log. So this to show us the percentage change in use and in bills. And it's roughly in the order of 5 to 10%. The first year is a bit lower, and then the following year are a bit higher in terms of what change in electricity use and expenditure we see. This is trying to see whether this is marginal mechanical effect or whether this is coming from a change in the intensive margin. So we see on the one hand we have that clients now have more hours where electricity is available. So if you switch your light on all the time, now you have more hours where you have your light on. But you can also think about the intensive margin of using your existing appliances more, or even more strongly upgrading your appliances. And so both of them are going to lead to a high electricity use, but the channel there is maybe a more pure treatment effect, is different from the mechanical treatment effect. So here we look at appliance, which is a good way or a direct way of trying to see that. Sorry, here on the left-hand side we have electrical appliances. So any asset that rely on electricity. And on the right-hand side we have non-electrical assets. So this is going to be bicycle, mattress, tables, things like that. And we do see an increase in the number of appliances in the order of magnitude of 0.5 units from a baseline of three appliances. I mean, obviously here we're looming everything. We're grouping everything together: phones, TV, fans, fridges. And so here we have it by appliance, but also by some of the coverage that we may be thinking about in home ownership or income. We don't see much on non-electrical assets, and that's a bit harder to interpret because it's also looking, grouping all the non-electrical assets together. And finally, on the household side, still, this is a set of regressions. So each line here is a separate regression, where the outcome variable is what listed on the left-hand side, and the covariate is going to be whether the station that serves the household here is treated early or late. And so the first one is essentially replicating what we found, even though the data set is different. So the first two lines are on electricity outages and on electricity expenditure. The next two are on employment. So we don't see much on employment, but that's perhaps expected because it's very difficult to move employment status, especially coming from maybe a second order reliability change. What's interesting, I think, is the last group, which is on time use. So the first one is the hours that people work daily. And so we see some increase there. Even though the employment status might not change, there could be some change in how much time people allocate to work. So that's actually quite significant, especially if you compare it to the baseline. We see some decrease in other, use of individual times in terms of household chores, taking care of members of the household. Less so on maybe some of the other measures that we could also think about. This is all we have data for in terms of time used, but I think it's pretty interesting, especially because time use usually doesn't seem to move around a lot.
Is that consistent with the appliances that they're buying? I mean, are they buying kind of labor saving?
Yeah, not really. So, so the appliance that would, for example, at least my prior, and the appliance that would shock this more would be those that are more high end. Thank you. We don't see much, but part of the issue is power actually. So people here in this setting don't have washing machines or vacuums or even generator actually. So none of those is really at baseline. Is really the take-up is not high. So we don't see a big change on those, and it's hard to say whether that's because there's no change or it's because kind of being underpowered there. Probably a combination of the two. But we do see for the common appliances, TV, fan, fridges, and phone, we do see some change.
I mean, a fridge is kind of a labor-saving device in some ways. You have to shop less.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Exactly. So for those common ones, we do see some change. Phone being more aggressive than the others. So yeah.
So it's not like electric. So it's say wood.
Yeah, just thinking about this last one. Yeah. I mean, if you fridge, I think freezers or maybe cooking stove, electrical cooking stove, those would be the one I think that would affect here. Electrical cooking stove is low in adoption in this setting, but from Catherine's point, fridges and freezers to a less extent could apply here. Could explain why we see some change here. And finally, just before moving on, I know I have a few minutes, but this is focusing now. This focuses on commercial clients, and the analysis here is at the station level. So we want to ask ourselves, okay, a station may be treated at a given time. Do we see more clients being connected to that station before, after relative to before relative to other station? That's the left-hand side. And then the right-hand side is we know that an existing client is connected to a given station. Once that station is treated, do we see less people leaving, or do we see any change? So that's the right-hand side. A bit noisier, but there seems to be an increase in new connections, which is a very strong result, especially given some of the literature on grid connection. And we see a similar story on the existing commercial clients. More details there, but I wanted to kind of just give discuss a little bit my model. So with the stylized fact that grid connection may be shocked, and we also see that in descriptive summary statistics that I have in slide 4. We want to think about a model in which a consumer is trying to decide whether to connect to the grid, and conditional on being connected, whether to use what I call it a basic appliance, which is the common one, PV, fridge, phones, or to kind of think about using high-end appliances, such as the one that we just discussed. I include here solar connection because it's actually a big margin. It's about 10% of households in the data set that rely on solar. We should perhaps refine it, but not so in this setting. So we start with an indirect utility model that's going to depend on availability of electricity for a given option, both in peak hour and off-peak hour. But it's also going to depend on the cost of getting to that options, either in terms of connection, but also in terms of use. As well as the price the appliance price in terms of comparing staying on basic versus going on high-end appliance. We have some product here, individual fixed effect. The error term here is going to be the unobservable quality characteristics. And so here the coefficients are going to be random coefficients that are going to have individual level components that also is going to depend on basic, whether the client has basic appliance or high-end appliance, and also interacting with a set of covariates with the individual level component following either a log normal or a zero primary bound distribution. So we simulated, we estimate this via simulated maximum likelihood, trying to find the data parameter that matches with our data. So I'll go ahead quickly here. These are our beta coefficients and the gamma coefficient for each of the betas. And so we first get baseline willingness to pay, which is low in absolute terms, but comparable actually in relative terms to some of the findings in the literature. But then we are interested in this, which is, do we see a change in willingness to pay either for peak hour versus off-peak hour once you have this reliability projects? So I will apologize, I have to end soon, but I'm happy to discuss those afterwards. So in summary, what we have here is the context in which we have large-scale reliability improvement project that shock outages quite intensively. We find that consumers seem to respond positively in terms of consuming more and allocating their time differently. And we take those reduced form estimate into a model that allow us to say something about willingness to pay for reliability. So here, these projects are cheap relatively. The gain seems to be large, so you can even without you can do a simple accounting of cost benefit analysis to see that the payback period will be super short. You have many details in the background, nonlinear tariffs that could complicate things. You have the fact that this is a network, so everything this analysis is pretty partial equilibrium setting, but you may have you may want to move into a general equilibrium effect, and there's been some modeling papers in that you can build off of. So yeah, thank you for your time and appreciate it.
And we'll be back in a moment.
It's coming up. We've got what?
Right.
Yeah, that's great. Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Pay attention to the mics.
Yes, please. Please. I'll tell you in 5, 10, 5 minutes. I don't know if you want to wait another couple minutes.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to.
Maybe let's wait 1 minute further outside.
Okay. Thank you so much. So this is actually, I'm really excited to present this work for a couple of different reasons. One of the reasons is until Sunday, I was not even sure that I would be able to make it here because of the visa issues. So it certainly feels very nice to be here and talk about this project, our finding of a project, which was also funded by IGC. So it's also feel very nice. Unfortunately, I think most of them are at some retreat, having more fun than us probably. So it's a joint work with Abdullah Asif, Hassan Ahmed, Debashish, and Subhendra Bhattacharya. So Asif and Hassan are now PhD students at Iowa and Rice University, respectively. Debashish used to be at ANU, but I think he moved to in a regulatory agency in Australia, and Subhendra is still at Duke. So the main motivation comes with the fact that the electricity power generation is one of the biggest sources of greenhouse gas emission. In some measurement, they're also sometimes the largest, but they're competing very closely with the transportation sector. And if we focus on Bangladesh, which is the setup where we ran our experiment, and I'm going to present some findings from that experiment, the renewables remain a very small share of the overall supply of electricity in Bangladesh. So it's the total capacity is about 3.5%, but the actual generation and supply is probably even less than 2%. So we haven't actually done much progress in transitioning towards renewable energy technology in the country. So in that context, energy may still remain very dirty. And we also rely on importing the fuel for generating electricity from abroad. Natural gas used to be a lot more sourced locally, but now we are relying more and more from outside. And that has had a huge implication for forex exchange reserve, which is also dwindling resource in Bangladesh currently. So energy conservation may be a way to kind of at least put a buffer against. I mean, it's a little tricky, and I don't want to oversell because Bangladesh is also growing at a high rate, and there's a huge demand for energy. But in a kind of on the second order, if we can move toward more efficiency, if we can conserve energy, if there are ways to do that, I think that's a desirable public policy. However, the price-based approach, so another aspect of the energy market in Bangladesh, it's also heavily subsidized. And even reducing subsidy and increasing price is a big political issue. So the price-based approach or price-based intervention, it has always been very contentious, and all the prices are regulated very heavily within the energy sector by a regulatory authority. And they always face a huge pushback from the Consumer Awareness Board. And even though this has come down, the subsidy has come down a bit, it's nowhere near optimal in a sense of the word. So naturally, if we want to promote energy conservation and also energy efficiency, maybe non-price intervention can be useful. So in this particular experiment, the result that I'm going to show you takes advantage of a kind of norm-based intervention, which is actually quite common in energy economics literature. And I'll tell you a lot more about what do I mean by that. But that's kind of what I'm going to talk about. So there, as I mentioned, work in this area is quite extensive. One of the early work that come from the psychology literature, but I think the seminal work is Hand-Alcor's work, and people have replicated that in many, many different contexts. One critique to the work, so it's very much concentrated in the high-income country, developed country. But recently there has been quite a few work which has come from, say, India, and then one very latest one from Bangladesh. So we are going to contribute to this literature. And one motivation of what can be the value addition is this work by Ito, Ida, and Tanaka, which shows that this is, I really like this work because it compares price-based intervention with more norm-based intervention and shows that the price-based interventions are obviously more effective. And not only that, the norm-based intervention kind of plateau or even kind of decay over time. So this is something something that I'm going to replicate in our finding. And if there's a meta-analysis, kind of looking at all the nudge-based intervention, and after kind of controlling for the publication bias, the result seems to be quite weak. So given that such a big literature is already looking at nudge, I think it seems like something that should be replicated more and see how effective they can be, or even if they are. So so this is kind of a spoiler, what we have found. We have worked with one of the 2 electricity service providers in Dhaka, the largest city and the capital of Bangladesh. The average treatment effect, nudge-based social norm, so it seems to be effective in the short run. But again, just like Ito and the co-authors, it's kind of plateau over time. If anything, I actually find a rebound effect, and I'll come to show you that. It's also a little different from the previous work. We have kind of 2 framing. One is making the consumer more salient about how much they have used in terms of quantity as opposed to expenses. So the idea was if we make the money saving more salient, is the effect different from kind of more quantity based, like how much a kilowatt hour or units of energy that I've used. There's some suggestive differences, but they're generally statistically weak. And also methodologically, this placebo control seems to be very important. Some of the experiment has kind of a pure control where they don't provide anything to the consumer. We would like to claim that that's actually an important part of this kind of experiment. So what we have done, so we have encouraged energy efficient behavior through a norm-based intervention. We have partnered with DESCO. So Dhaka has 2, DESCO and DPDC. So DESCO mainly provide electricity supply to the northern part of Dhaka. And we are working in 3 areas. So each of one of those small areas are zones. So all these kind of gray shaded areas are provided by another service provider. So we worked in these 3 areas. Those of you have in Dhaka, the airport is somewhere around here. So those are the places around where we have carried out our survey, our study. So we chose to work with 2,300 households, and they will be divided into 3 groups. So one is social comparison based on unit consumed, and then social comparison based on monthly bills. And there's also a placebo where we are going to provide information about their own consumption. It's just like regular bill that they already received. So how does it look like? So it's, and I apologize because of the PDF conversion, some of the stuff got marked up. But all our reports are in Bangla. You can see that the logo of the power provider. So we worked very closely with them. So it was not something that the BRAC University is sending to them. This seems authentic. But the main idea is this blue bar is the consumption of the neighbors. By neighbors, neighborhood is defined by people who are provided connection from a same transformer. So average size of a neighborhood would be about 70 households. And so this is the kind of the average use of the neighbors. And this is the use, the consumption of the targeted customer in the last month. So he can compare himself with what's going on in the neighborhood. In this particular case, he is slightly higher. So this unit will tell how high it is. And whenever it is higher, we are going to show you the universal sign of like disapproval. They're not doing like you can do better. And there's also kind of this scale where 10 is like you are a very high user comparatively, and the green one, that one is kind of a low user. The idea that it will, it's gonna impose, and the term that people use in the literature is like a moral tax on the customer, and they will change their behavior. I have a small toy model to kind of motivate how that can work. And we have a similar version for the second group where instead of showing the unit of consumption, we show like, for example, how much money, what the average bill and how much extra money, if at all they're spending for electricity. For example, this is kind of a good customer or a good consumer because they're, in this case, he is spending less than their neighbor, less than the average of the neighbor. There's always this bar, which is kind of the most efficient user, like the bottom quintile, the average of the bottom quintile. We seldom find anybody actually from this group. So it's always red and kind of showing. So everybody kind of getting nudged to adopt energy efficient behavior. And the third group received basically like what their consumption and what their consumption compared to the same month, but a year. So for example, so he's consuming, he's comparing, we are helping them to compare himself with whatever they have consumed a year ago. All three groups receive some tips of on how to conserve energy. For example, in major part, the energy demand in our area comes from use of air conditioning during the month of April and May, which are the hottest month. And for example, using a fan with an air conditioner actually helps to reduce energy consumption. But there are a few other, for example, energy efficient appliances. Keeping a fridge non-empty can actually reduce energy consumption. I didn't know that. And there are a few other taking care of your electronic appliances that can also help reducing energy use. So the main idea was giving them some ideas that they can adopt. So it's not like they don't have to change their kind of lifestyle significantly to reduce energy use. Otherwise, I don't think it would work. So we started from the January 2022 and then ran the intervention for a year or so. There was some shock to the system, and there were a lot of kind of practical adaptation of about the intervention. Sending the report to the customer was a huge challenge. Then we developed a website where all our customers could go and check their own consumption of energy. So the main idea of actually kind of telling you all these details, we had a plan to actually work with DESCO, the electricity company that we work with, and kind of help them build kind of even an app where the consumers could go and check their energy use. So it didn't happen because they got distracted, but that was kind of the initial idea, so that this is not only kind of an academic exercise, it could be replicated and scaled up within an actual real setting. Okay, so this is very simple toy model. The SI is energy use, and the rest is like other consumption. And so main feature is this moral kind of tax. So MI is my own kind of, so MI is my kind of own behavior. In this case, it will be kind of SI, the electricity use. And this is kind of sort of reference point. And here the reference point is kind of the average use of the neighborhood. Whenever this MI is greater than M bar, it kind of triggers the moral tax. And alpha is like how sensitive I am to that tax. Alpha could actually vary by individual as well, just to kind of keep it simple. And that would trigger this kind of normative judgment. And since this is tax, the first order condition will adjust to ensure that I'm making an optimal decision regarding energy use. So this is Levitt list talks about this kind of judgment tax. Alcott and Kessler kind of use a similar framework to understand kind of welfare impact. So if for we are not going to do that, but for a complete welfare impact, we also need to take into consideration this moral tax, because if it creates a disutility, we also need to kind of take, one needs to take that into consideration. So this is a somewhat simplified version of Supreet's work, where she looked at kind of nominal wage rigidity, kind of interesting model, which could be adopted in this context as well. So the main idea is this first order condition, and depending on my consumption compared to the neighborhood, this moral taxation will be triggered or not. And the idea is, if it isn't triggered, my equilibrium condition will be at a higher level of consumption. But if it is triggered, then under the regular condition of first, like secondary fit, the concave utility function, I will adjust my consumption to a lower level to ensure that my optimal condition.
So
yeah,
how do you differentiate the kind of private, I'm going to save money, so I want to do this, from the moral suasion? So that, if you observe the neighbors are spending less electricity, you might think, well, if they can do it, I can do it. I don't care about that, but I care about me saving money. So how do you differentiate those two motivations?
So that's a great question. So this is kind of our kind of first order idea, like this will be the mechanism. I'm not going to show you today, but we also collected a lot of information that like what their motivation was to actually reduce. And if we can bring those information and to kind of examine or even litigate, like what was the mechanism.
But none of the treatment to say you would save this much money if you became more, if you did all the actions that you outlined.
Not any quantitative amount. So yes, they will be able to, and I think one way to answer that question is, one is it's doable, but everybody is receiving those energy saving tips. So that will probably take care of some of the aspect, like it's not additional information that they're getting from the neighbors. They already have the information. Now, whether they believe that information or not, whether they can do it or not, I think that's still that's immense. Okay. So it's a simple, since we have an experimental setup, we can rely on the very reduced form testing of our analysis of our data. So in the first part, it's monthly electricity use, but we don't look at kind of the dynamics over time. That's kind of the first one. We have usual individual fixed effect and month fixed effect. So it's a simple diff and diff analysis. But I think, but as I would show you, this dynamic effect over time is also will be very important. And that's kind of the second set of results that I'm going to show you. Everything is clustered at the neighborhood level, which is basically all the customers who are linked with a transformer. And the average size of the neighborhood was about 70 households. Standard balance test, there's not much difference among three groups. Everybody had a refrigerator. So these are the areas which are, I would say, middle income to slightly upper middle income group. About 40% of them had air conditioner. Most of them are actually rented, living in rented space. I was surprised to find the monthly household income, which says about 30,000 Dhaka. I think this is slightly underreported, but that's kind of what it is. And 87% of them were quite had education, undergrad or higher. So one of the reasons that we chose those areas because we really wanted to ensure that they can read those reports and take advantage of those. So having them educated is actually a good background characteristic to have. So first, if we don't look at the dynamics, so please ignore this graph for a while. Over this 11-month period, the average treatment effect was about 3.4% or about 8 kilowatt-hour per month. So, and if we look at the cost nudge, as opposed to where we are making the money saving more salient, it's slightly higher. So these differences are not kind of bilaterally significantly different. So we cannot really say that 5.2% is statistically different from 3.4%, but it's suggested that in terms of point estimate, it's actually larger.
Just a question.
Yeah.
Just to contextualize the magnitude of the nudges.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so how much would the reduction in energy consumption be with just a normal price increase in your bill?
So in terms of money savings or in terms of like a price elasticity, so we can compare it with how much I have to increase the prices.
Compare like the magnitude of the nudge in terms of your reduction of energy used by household to like how much they reduce energy anyway in response to a price shock.
Yeah, we haven't done that exercise. We haven't done that exercise, but using some price elasticity, we can probably back out like equivalent reduction in subsidy or increasing.
And you can compare the two elasticities, and then we can understand if that's like big or small.
Big or small.
Because right now it's hard to kind of understand.
Yeah. So.
Or maybe you can help.
No. So I think elasticity definitely not zero, but it's at least for this population, it's fairly low. So I think one will need to increase price a lot to actually reduce energy by this person. For this population, so I'll be very, very, very useless. So, but the second thing is dynamic. So, we started this our experiment in let's say first month, and for the first 4 months, there was a considerable reduction in energy use. It's just a coincidence. The one actually stands for January. That's not just we got the way we started the experiment. So 4 and 5, April and May, that's when the energy demand is the highest, and we see that there's a substantial decline in energy use by about 20 kilowatt-hour per month. However, so this is around the time when monsoon sets in, so things get a bit cooler in Bangladesh. And during that time, we actually have a rebound effect, which people have identified in other literature. So once the idea is the thought process is now that I have accrued some savings, I can actually compensate myself with a higher consumption. So this rebound effect is in marketing literature, people talk about a lot, and this it was not expected, but it's kind of interesting to see, especially from the policy point of view, that people may compensate over time, so there can be kind of intertemporal compensation that's taking place. The third thing is over time these effects tend to dissipate. So by August, there were some issues with the data. We lost about 10% of our sample, 10 to 12% of sample. So I just collapsed last 3 months of data, last 4 months of data together. And you can see that it's kind of dissipated. The blue one, the quantity base still remained a bit higher, but in general, the effect tend to dissipate over time. So I think the main idea here is kind of similar to what Ito and his co-authors have found. And one takeaway is if we want to kind of ensure that people remain vigilant about their energy use and continue to save and conserve energy, it cannot be kind of a one-time. You need to kind of provide them information about, one is to provide those nudges kind of continuously to ensure that those habits become more ingrained.
Is there a risk that they might become immune to like these repeated informational shocks?
Yeah, so we have some qualitative understanding of that. Because we did a lot of kind of audit calling, customer service type calling, and at some point, like they're not paying a lot of attention. There's nothing new that's coming. So maybe some sort of triggering and can actually help if you rely on this kind of non-price. Yes.
Maybe you mentioned this, but you educated on the fact that there's a website on which they can go and check.
Yes.
Do you have a sense of how many people actually do that? And if that changes over time?
Yeah, so that actually will help me to answer. So initially there were a lot more traffic to those websites, and we also did actually call them and like, have you visited that website in the last 7 days, things like that. That actually also start to taper off over time. So this is like the habit formation actually in some sense did not take place, where actually I have these resources where I can go and check my own energy consumption. Okay. So some heterogeneity analysis. So we divided initially. So there are two ways I did that. So first one is kind of this low level and high level, and this is also very common in the literature. So people who are already consuming kind of high level of consumption, they are also showing a greater, not in percentage term, in absolute term, a larger adjustment to their energy consumption. And that's true either in terms of use or in terms of cost, and that's true for both kind of treatments. Then the quantile regression, this also shows the same, but a bit more granular level. So most of the impacts are coming from kind of the higher side of the energy user. So one issue is this importance of the placebo control. So even though it was not part of our main design, since we had information about other consumer, we kind of created like some matching and a comparison group who did not receive any kind of treatment from us. So kind of a pure control. So even if we compare people who receive that light touch intervention, even they actually change their behavior and their energy consumption also. So even if I make someone more salient, more aware of his or her own consumption, it seems to have some impact. And actually not trivial impact, right? So it's about 8%. Previously, we were comparing these two and this two. So that's the 3% and the 5% come from. But the initial literature review kind of reveal, like in many cases, people use kind of a pure control group, but I think this kind of setting, it's very important, kind of almost like a methodological position that having a placebo control will be very important. Just to kind of, and in another work with Chris and Paula, we also provided information about like a CBT and mindful productivity, and that's where we also find that the placebos actually can be quite effective sometimes. Yes, please.
So I couldn't find placebo. It sounds like it's a non-social comparison.
Yeah.
But this is very large. So and they do get information.
Yeah.
About their consumption and basically. So placebo sounds like it can work.
Yeah, that's true.
Personalized reports that tell you how to do energy.
Yeah, and there's some comparison that we also provided in that, I don't know, the control group, not the pure control group, dirty control group. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And if we compare, for example, this one with placebo. So this kind of making people aware of actual money savings can also be one way to can be more effective. And so even these two are not statistically significant if we compare with the placebo. These two are actually statistically significant. Also, point estimates are a bit larger. But the main issue is there's no statistical difference between these two. So we cannot really statistically claim that it's different.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Do
do you check heterogeneity by homeowners and renters? Because presumably homeowners have more margin on which
Yeah.
they could respond.
We can,
You can.
because we can have information. So one thing, if we take that model seriously, the one thing we have not, one analysis we have not done is not even within the control group, not everybody is triggered that model tax. So for example, in some month, my consumption can actually be lower than the average, the reference point. So we can even do actually like how important that model tax is. So we haven't not done that, but this is something that we intend to do. So, so the main takeaway, social comparison can still encourage more energy efficient behavior. However, that impact can be short-lived. And if one wants to design this kind of intervention to ensure that people, that habit is ingrained and persist over time, one need to be kind of more kind of repeated intervention and maybe make it even more like less boring in some sense, so that people actually visit the websites and check their energy consumption to ensure that they are taking advantage of the energy conservation behavior. I would still say that the pricing mechanism is something that we need to take advantage of, but that's where kind of the elasticity will be very important, and how much extra money that we can charge to have a similar impact will be very, very interesting thing to check. And with the elasticity from the literature, one can probably check that. And however, price mechanism for political economic reason sometimes are not feasible. So social feedbacks can encourage energy efficient behavior, which actually has become very common in many other contexts. So Bangladesh, probably like many other middle income countries, can take advantage of this. And this is something I hope we can replicate in other contexts and continue kind of design in a way that it has some policy mileage. So with that, I'll stop. Yeah.
So the pattern of savings, how long did they see analysis? So I need to get the data. So.
Not as part of this project.
But we still have them.
Yeah, so so that's something that really worries us, and if we can disentangle with the timing and the seasonality, I think that would be really.
Oh, because it would be the next year, they have to see.
Yeah. So we have to go back to them and ask for the data. There's a lot of kind of suffering. No, but it's possible. They've been very supportive.
Okay, then I get started. My name is Bettina. I'm a PhD student at Heidelberg University and CW, which is both in Germany. And today I want to talk about my paper, which looks at the question how low-income households take their investment decisions in energy-using durables, specifically the question of whether they value lifetime energy cost when they take this decision. And yeah, the motivation on this is that economists have found in many contexts that individuals tend to not trade off payments that occur now versus payments that occur in the future in a rational way to each other. And in the context of energy efficiency, this trade-off is important because there we have these investments in energy-using durables where the trade-off is between the purchase price, which has to be paid at the time of purchase, a large amount of money, and then lifetime energy cost, which accumulates over a long time horizon in many small payments, and as such is not as salient to the consumer at the time of purchase. Even so, most evaluation studies have found relatively high valuation of lifetime energy cost when it comes to purchases in cars, houses, and also household appliances. But there's some literature which tends to find that low-income households consider lifetime energy cost less, but not super low. So for example, one study by Hood and Myers finds that splitting the sample into 3 income groups, low-income households slightly undervalue and high-income households slightly overvalue, but still relatively high valuation of lifetime energy cost. And then there are these factors which might be responsible for driving this effect in lower-income households. budget constraints might be important. There is some literature on that in the developing context, and also 2 papers on the general population in the US. And then there's another factor, inattention to energy efficiency, which could drive that finding that low-income households tend to consider lifetime energy cost less. And then there's also some evidence on the development context. And then there's one paper which finds also that low-income households tend to consider the lifetime energy cost less. This question is of quite a high importance because it can have implications for the effectiveness and also distributional effects of carbon taxes. Because carbon taxes only work well if consumers take them into account when they take their investment decisions. And if not, then the externalities are not internalized. And also, if you have these heterogeneities across the income distribution, it can also increase the regressivity of carbon taxes. And then there's also a more political reason, maybe, which should be relevant for policymakers. It can also be a poverty trap to low-income households, because they already spend a large share of their income on energy. Because of that, they have a disproportionately high burden. So for them, it's especially important to get this trade-off right. So in my paper, I'm looking at 2 research questions. So first, whether lowest income households trade off the lifetime energy cost against the purchase price when investing in energy using durables. I'm specifically focusing on household appliances. And what I'm hoping to contribute new to the literature is looking really at the lower tail of the income distribution, so lowest income households. And then since I find that actually these households tend to consider lifetime energy cost not much, not a lot, I'm also looking into barriers which could drive this result. So here I'm looking at budget constraints and inattention to energy efficiency. So the context I'm investigating this in is investment decisions in household appliances, or more specifically refrigerators. And I have data from the largest energy efficiency assistance program in Germany. So I'm looking at this empirically. And yeah, as I said, I want to focus on lowest income households. These households that are participating in this assistance program, they are really in the lower tail of the income distribution, about like a sample from the 7% lowest income households in Germany. So then the data that I have is about 20,000 investment decisions by these households. It's a repeated cross-section at the household level, which spans about 10 years. And the outline for this talk is, first, I'm telling you how I look at this trade-off that households are making. I'm estimating what I term a trade-off parameter, which establishes, given the electricity price that households are paying, the relationship with lifetime energy cost and the purchase price. And then I'm going on to analyze the mechanisms. So the first one is the budget constraint. And there I'm interested in what happens if households have a bit more money for the purchase to do. So there I'm exploiting that in this program, there was at some point a top-up state subsidy introduced for one state. So I'm looking at what happens to these households in that state, how does consideration of lifetime energy cost change? And then second, inattention to energy efficiency. There, I'm looking at what happens when the EU energy label was rescaled, and I'm exploiting this as a salience treatment. So before that, due to the minimum efficiency requirements in the program, these households could only pick from one energy class, and after that, their choice set was expanded. So they could pick from 4 energy classes, while other things remained relatively constant. I'll give more detail on this later, but I argue that I can use this as a salience treatment. So short preview of results, I already mentioned it. I found that low-income households barely trade off lifetime energy cost against the purchase price when they do their investments. Regarding budget constraints, I find that budget constraints seem to matter, because if they have a higher budget for the purchase, these households, they tend to move closer to the full trade-off. So their consideration of lifetime energy cost is higher, as expected. And also regarding the inattention to energy efficiency, there I find something similar. After salience is increased, also households move closer to a full trade-off, and consideration of lifetime energy cost is going up as hypothesized. So then the data for this analysis is about, as I mentioned, 20,000 purchase decisions. of these households that I observed in this assistance program. So these households are the ones that participate in a refrigerator replacement scheme, and they receive a replacement voucher, redeem it, and then they purchase a new appliance. And the database records what type of new appliance these households are buying. So I have the information on a new appliance, such as the model name and the type. I know the purchase price that these households are paying at the retailer or online, and also the subsidy that they are receiving both at the federal and, if applicable, at the state level. And then the kilowatt hour consumption as reported by the manufacturer. And then at the household level, I know the electricity price per kilowatt hour that these households are paying, and also some other social demographic characteristics. And then I complement this data with data from the Apple database, so the European Product Registry for energy labeling, which provides some data for the supply of models and also characteristics of refrigeration appliances that for the appliances that have been on the market since 2017. And there's a question.
No, in this context, people take the appliances with them when they do.
Yeah, exactly. That's something I have to mention exactly. So in Germany, actually people own their own appliances. Even if you are living in social housing, people tend to, like, usually they own their own refrigerators, and they have to also buy them themselves and have to decide which one they want to get. Yeah.
So it also means that the refrigerator, it's not a heated refrigerator.
Yeah, it depends a bit. So we see that also in the data, which type of appliance it is, whether it's a built-in refrigerator or like a combination, like a bigger one. So yeah, most people actually don't have a built-in, they have one standing, yeah. So yeah, empirical strategy, how do I estimate the trade-off parameter? So I'm loosely adapting a strategy by Alcott and Bosny, who do the same analysis for car purchases in the US in the general population. And yeah, the idea is to check the relationship between lifetime energy cost and the purchase price, checking on aggregate in the households whether this trade-off is done in a rational way. And the idea of it being rational is that they trade off €1 in the purchase price against €1 in the discounted lifetime energy cost. And that would mean that I estimate a trade-off parameter of -1, if that is like a full trade-off. And then following Alcott and Bosny, I'm using model fixed effects to hold other attributes constant. And that means I'm only using the within model variation in the prices. So then for this analysis, that I can run this analysis, I first need to calculate the lifetime energy cost. And there I have to take assumptions on the appliance lifetime, the discount rate, and the electricity price expectations of households. So this is a bit tricky. So my strategy here is to use very conservative assumptions, which provide me with a lower bound of the lifetime energy cost, which would bias my analysis against finding less than a full trade-off. And the assumptions that I'm taking here are a lifetime of 10 years, a discount rate of 20%, and regarding expectations on the electricity price, how they evolve over the lifetime of the appliance, I'm assuming a no change forecast. So households assume that their electricity price stays the same. But in the paper, I'm doing a lot of sensitivity checks to see how the results are changing with different assumptions. So then the net purchase price, it's a bit easier. Here, I just subtract the subsidies that households are receiving at the federal and the state level from the purchase price that households pay. And since there is a minimum personal contribution of €50 in the program, all the prices that fall below 50, it's not many, but a few, I'm setting them to €50. And yeah, the subtracting of subsidies is basically what is done in the literature. So then here is how I estimate the trade-off parameter exactly. So I have the purchase price, the net purchase price on the left-hand side, and I'm regressing this on the lifetime electricity cost on the right-hand side. And then the trade-off parameter, my parameter of interest, is then alpha here. And then I'm adding in household level characteristics as controls and the model fixed effects, as I mentioned, and then also a bunch of other fixed effects. So one thing I need to think about is whether there is some threat to bias the estimation from endogeneity between the purchase price and lifetime electricity cost. So this would be the case if the purchase price is moving with lifetime electricity cost. And a probable scenario, the most probable scenario I could construct is if retailers are doing region-specific pricing strategies, like setting their prices according to the local electricity costs. And that would then mean that the price here on the left-hand side would move with lifetime electricity cost, not the other way around. I argue that this is relatively unlikely because many households buy online, which also makes it easier with the transportation because then they get the appliance delivered. And then there's in Germany, we have something like a best price guarantee, which of two major retailers, they say if you find an appliance or a product somewhere cheaper, somewhere else, you can claim the cheaper price, even on Amazon. So this is a really big argument for that there's actually no regional pricing and there's a general national price setting. But still, I'm checking, like looking at the regional component in purchase prices and the regional component in electricity prices, and I don't see a correlation there. So then, also, what also needs to be controlled for is differences in demand over time and space, and also demand shocks that are happening. And I'm doing this by using a large set of fixed effects, where I'm trying to control for different trends across regions, brand-specific trends, which could be, for example, marketing campaigns that a specific brand is running, and there are spatial differences in preferences across regions. So then I'm estimating the trade-off parameter, as I just showed. And the first column here is the result for using lifetime energy cost with the assumptions as stated before. And there actually what I'm estimating is a really tiny trade-off parameter of minus 0.05, which means that the households trade off €1 in purchase price against 5 cents only in lifetime energy cost, which is relatively far away from this -1, which would establish this one-to-one relationship. So there, I'm trying to see whether if I ramp up this assumption on the discount rate, whether I somehow can get to a valuation parameter of -1 and like infer the implicit discount rate that these households are applying. So even if I only use the energy cost of the first year, I'm still ending up with a lifetime energy cost with a trade-off parameter, which is significantly different from -1. And then if I use energy cost of the first 7 months, then I'm ending up with a parameter which is not significantly different from -1. So I conclude from this result that these households in my sample, they are really undervaluing or under considering lifetime energy cost in their investment decisions.
So are there online retailers that sell second-hand fridges?
So second-hand fridges, they cannot buy them if they are in the program, if they want to claim the subsidy. So that's not allowed.
What you're showing them, that the cheaper fridges are less energy efficient, and that's the ones that the poor consumers can afford.
Exactly, that's what exactly the hypothesis is behind that. Yeah, that these households are budget constrained and they would go for the cheap ones, and these are the ones that are less energy efficient as well. Yeah.
Do you also have information on educational level of each household?
No, we don't have education level. What we have is which type of government benefit they are using, so unemployment insurance or housing allowance or anything else. And we are controlling for that, or I'm controlling for that. But yeah, otherwise we don't have. It would be nice to see financial literacy kind of, yeah. And one more question.
I don't know if it's measurement error, the back that model.
You mean like differences in what assumptions they apply to when they are calculating their lifetime energy cost? I mean, yeah, maybe that would would be something I could look into again. I mean, I have also the data on the old refrigerators, how long each person has had their old refrigerator. So maybe I could also look at using the lifetime of the old appliance that each of these people had. Yeah, thanks. Okay. Yeah, so then I'm going on looking at budget constraints. So yeah, here the idea is that you want to have this higher upfront investment in a more energy efficient, durable, which is then later offset by future energy savings. But then the issue would be that low-income households tend to be more budget constrained and they cannot afford the more efficient model. So I'm looking at what happens if there is a higher budget for the purchase. There is this top-up program at a state level. So this North Rhine-Westphalia Spezial. North Rhine-Westphalia in the sample is it is one of the biggest, most populous states in Germany. And it's about a third of households in my sample. So it's good. It's usable as kind of a treatment state. And yeah, I'm looking at what happens to these households in terms of the consideration of lifetime energy cost. And then one thing to mention is that this top-up subsidy on top of the federal subsidy, which for all households is the same, this top-up subsidy is proportional at the household size. So larger households get a higher subsidy. And then yeah, I'm using a difference framework to estimate this, with the treated households being in North Rhine-Westphalia and the rest in the other states. And the treatment starts in July 2016, and I'm going until 2019, because after that, other states are starting to introduce top-up programs as well. So then regarding identifying assumptions, the parallel pretrends, it looks good. And then I'm arguing that I wouldn't expect any spillovers because my households are spatially separated. Then there's one issue about the composition of the treated and control group over time. Because of this proportional subsidy in the treated group, in the treatment period, the size of the households goes up. So I'm using nearest neighbor matching to balance that out. So then this is what I'm estimating, again, having my basic regression equation, but then adding interactions of lifetime electricity cost with post and treat. And then my parameter of interest, alpha 4 here, is the interaction of the lifetime electricity cost with the difference interaction. And that shows me how the parameter is moving with this treatment. Yeah. So this is graphically what happens. So you see when the treatment starts, the trade-off parameter is dropping. It's becoming more negative. It's moving closer to -1. So this is as I would expect. And yeah, this is also shown in the regression results. The first two columns are without nearest neighbor matching, the second two with. But in the interest of time, I'll move on to inattention, which is the second thing I want to study here. And there, as I said, I'm exploiting this rescaling of the EU energy label as a salience treatment. This rescaling happened in March 2021. And what happened, is that the scale was shifted upwards. So on the left-hand side here, you see how the label used to look like, the range being from A plus to D. And now on the right-hand side here, it's how it's looking now after the rescaling, with the range ranging from A to G. And yeah, the scale was shifted upwards, and also the spread of appliances increased over time after the rescaling. And this was since many appliances, like a very significant share of appliances, had accumulated in the A plus class, so that the EU Commission wanted to increase incentives for technological innovation with the manufacturers, and also provide more information to consumers who sometimes tended to be confused about these different A plus, A plus. So with this rescaling, also the assistance program minimum efficiency requirements changed. So before, households could only buy from A plus, that was basically their choice set. And after that, households could buy from classes A to D. And so I argue that this increased the awareness for differences in the efficiency between classes for the households, so that I can use that as a salience treatment. But there are two conditions which need to hold so that I'm able to actually do that. So the first one is that households need to be attentive to the energy class on the label. I find some indication for this because does that work? Yeah. I see some bunching of households ending up always at the lower level of each energy class. They are bunching, so it seems like households are attentive to these energy classes, like differences between energy classes, but not so much differences within energy class. And the second one is minimum efficiency requirements are not stricter after rescaling, because if they get stricter, that would mean that automatically the trade-off parameter is driven up if they are forced to buy more energy efficient. Yeah, and that also looks like it's the case. So the energy efficiency index, which the Commission uses to calculate which appliance falls into which class. This is how it looked like before the rescaling, and like a lower energy efficiency index means higher efficiency. So in general, so this is only plotting for the choice set available for the households before and after. And so you see before the choice set is more efficient on average. And also you see that the spread is increasing after. So it looks like this is good to be able for me to be able to attribute this effect of the rescaling to increased salience. And yeah, I'm doing this in a regression discontinuity in time, choosing a bandwidth of 12 months. And yeah, maybe I'll be quick about this. So random assignment, there's a lot of seasonal variation actually in the program going on, but it doesn't look like seasonal variation is increasing at the cutoff itself. And comparability of investment decisions, I don't see a jump in covariates, but covariates are like a bit like changing over time at least. So I'm using controls as well. So then this is what I'm estimating. And again, having the basic M specification and adjusting that to a regression discontinuity where I have the running variable and the treatment indicator for the time before and after the rescaling. And then I'm interacting this treatment indicator with lifetime electricity costs so that alpha 4 again is my parameter of interest, which shows me how the parameter moves. And there, this is graphically what happens again. You see again that the parameter is dropping with treatment, which again tells me that the trade-off parameter is moving closer to -1, so closer to full valuation, which is also in line with my hypothesis. And then this is how the estimations look like when using different RD specifications. You see that the magnitude is a bit changing, but in general, the effect is going in the same direction and is remaining significant. And yeah, with this, I conclude. So my key takeaways are that I find in my sample of lowest income households in the German income distribution, I find that these households barely do this trade-off, and that I find both budget constraint and attention seem to be relevant for that. So that has some implications for the choice of policy instruments if policymakers are thinking about minimum efficiency requirements versus carbon tax, and also for other policies which are addressed to low-income households. It means basically that you really need to take into account both monetary and non-monetary barriers. And with that, I conclude and thank you.
Should we start now? And we'll be back at 1 for Robbie Gibbons and Rockwood's answers. So we had
fixable, like how does just like a man. Maybe it's.
It's not just your situations around.
The entire time. Yeah. Jeremy.
That's okay. Stop. Oh, wait.
I know I've seen you.
So is this the full one? Or is the?
Yeah.
Well, it's not a lot of it. Oh, yeah.
We don't have a panel.
We still chairs or?
Let's see, we don't see here, the slides, right? We could put one here. Yeah, and you guys take turns.
Yeah.
Okay, I can sit here because I see. Yeah.
Okay. And you do some kind of.
Time management, yeah. How, 10?
15, 25.
Yeah, to 1 at 10,
Oh.
reminder of time.
Sure.
Are you have the?
Well, it will disappear. Yeah.
Yeah, twice. Can you go on the first one?
Great. Yeah, sorry. Okay.
You see that? I don't want to be the only chair here. I know that I'm supposed to be a chair, but not the only chair. So welcome to this session on organizations and environment. Now you might be wondering why we have this session, which seems quite different from the rest of the program. I was wondering exactly that with Bob and Rocco earlier. We essentially, Robin and I are neighbors of offices, right? So a lot of this environment thing is rubbing off on me, but I can only see it through the eyes that I have, which are the eyes of organizations. So I started thinking, how can we see the environmental problems through the eyes, through the lens rather, of organizational economics? What do organizational economists see in the environment literature, and how do they think about it? Now, many of these questions are really long run questions, but the long run has to start somewhere. So we start now. And I was very pleased that, I just thought, who would I like to start asking these questions? I thought of Bob and Rocco, and they both said yes. So when your first choice says yes, you think you're onto something good. So without any pressure, I'm very happy to leave the floor to Rocco Machiavello.
Well, thanks, Ariana, for the introduction. And I've said yes only because Bob said yes. And I'm not an environmental economist. So what we're going to do is that I'm going to start off just sharing some examples of context that I've encountered in which I think that there is an intersection between organization and environment. And then I'll hand over to Bob, who will hopefully tell us more about the field of organizational economics. Okay. So, and a lot of my work has been on the coffee supply chain. So in general, I study the organizations of supply chain in various contexts. One is coffee. And so I'll draw all my examples from coffee. Okay, so that I mirror almost more like a practitioner, if you like, than an academic. A lot of the work I've done on coffee is with people in the room, like Amit, Davide, and others. And coffee, like many other things, uses natural resources in order to be produced. Some of these natural resources are public goods, and therefore there are externalities, and therefore there are environmental concerns. Now, there are environmental concerns along the entire chain, but the key ones that I'm going to talk about are environmental concerns that emerge where coffee is grown, okay, from the farms where coffee is grown. And because coffee is grown by predominantly by many smallholder, millions of smallholder farmers who tend to be rather poor, these environmental concerns are very intertwined with the socioeconomic concerns as well, which of course I'm not going to talk about today. Yeah. So perhaps the main environmental concern when we think about coffee, I'll go back to that, is the deforestation. So actually, coffee has contributed, like other crops, to deforestation. In some countries, actually quite substantially, for instance, in Honduras, but pretty much in every producing country, there has been deforestation that has been leading. There are, of course, other environmental concerns on the farms, excessive using of fertilizer, waste management, and so forth, pollution of water bodies. And so these concerns have been present in the industry for quite a long time. And so what I want to spend time is to walk you through some of the solutions, some of the programs that I've seen as a practitioner being discussed or implemented in the industry surrounding this issue. So at the beginning, when we started having environmental concerns, the first wave of programs were essentially NGO-driven certification schemes. So you have to think about fair trade or Rainforest Alliance. And my impression, to cut a long story short, is that although these schemes have been successful in raising awareness of these environmental concerns in coffee and in other supply chains, of course, among the consumers, there's no evidence of very large, significant impact of this certification on the outcomes that we care about. And I think this is to do with a couple of different reasons. The first one, I believe, is the incentives that are embedded in many certification programs. So namely the fact that the institution that is meant to certify, to provide the certification, is paid based on how much coffee or how many farmers they certify. So that kind of creates an incentive to certify as much as possible, regardless a little bit of the quality. But furthermore, once you have many people certified, then the value itself of the certification is diluted, and therefore, if the value of the certification was necessary to support the changes for the environment or socioeconomics that are needed, it's going to be difficult to pull those off. And then, of course, underlying this, there is the fact, and is the second reason, that monitoring and enforcing the certification environmental standards is very costly and difficult. These are cases essentially in which you are supposed to be paying someone to do something that is very hard to monitor and verify. So partly as a result of the not stellar performance of a voluntary driven standard, then buyers, large companies, to respond to the pressure from consumers, have set up their own program, often in collaboration with the certifying agencies. So we have sort of buyer-driven codes of conduct, sustainable sourcing type of programs and so forth. There, the evidence is even thinner, I would say, than for the NGO-driven one. But my impression is that there is a big dispersion across these programs in terms of their effectiveness. Now, of course, some of the dispersion comes from the fact that for some of these buyers, actually this program is not that important. They're sort of lip service or greenwashing. Yeah, sure, we want to care about the environment, but we don't really do anything about it besides the writing on a corporate report. But in my experience, having worked or talked with some of these buyers in various chains, for some buyers, actually, they do see the strategic importance of addressing socioeconomic and environmental concerns in their supply chains. And still, even those buyers that are kind of serious about it, I think that when they are honest, they do discuss the fact that sort of implementation or the effectiveness of the programs are, somehow hampered, if you like, or not as stellar as we would like them to be. And I think this is because of a couple, again, of different reasons. The first one is just a general idea that if you think about a buyer like Nespresso or Lavazza trying to source coffee, there is already the problem that the contracts between the exporters and the brand that is buying the coffee tend to be rather incomplete or difficult to enforce, despite the fact that these are large contracts, just because of the international nature, essentially, of the transaction. And so if contracts are incomplete or, say, hard to enforce between the buyer, say, and the exporter, with regard to the terms of securing a reliable supply of coffee, they will be a fortiori much harder, even more incomplete or harder to enforce if we are trying to secure a reliable supply of coffee that is sustainably sourced, because the sustainably sourced now is adding things that we wanted the supplier to deliver that have to do with things that happen maybe 2 or 3 stages further up the chain. Okay, so in a way, when you look at supply chains in general, most trade happens within either integrated firms or long-term relationships, and this is because contracts are not very well enforced, and in a way, sustainability makes the problem worse, the contracting problem worse. I think the second reason, of course, is that a lot of the programs that these guys are trying to do are, I told you before, with smallholder farmers, so with the population that tends to be relatively disadvantaged, poor, maybe low education, low trust, and so forth. And therefore, often these programs encounter a lot of less mild challenges in terms of implementation. Okay, so again, some programs seem to have had some impact, but a lot apparently seems to struggle. And this is just to link to what I thought was a really wonderful lecture from Rohini on Monday. Among the various programs that we have seen in coffee, there are agroforestry programs, okay? So where either NGOs or buyers sort of take the lead and essentially try to set up a payment for ecosystem services, sometimes trying to link these programs to voluntary carbon markets. And the win-win is actually obvious. The win-win that Rohini was talking about. We address climate change by reducing emissions, not cutting the forest, or even restoring the forest. And at the same time, we generate a new source of income for these farmers. And in the case of coffee, it's even more win-win because there is this perception that actually coffee is happier to grow under the canopy of the forest. Okay, so there's a lot of potential there. But again, if you look at the actual cases, there are examples that seem to have been successful, but there are also many, many failures. In fact, when the Guardian article that Rohini came out, that brought a lot of scrutiny, and there are examples of programs that have been sort of discredited in the context of the coffee sector. And Rohini articulated very well, not just the benefit of this type of programs or the opportunities, but also the challenges that, very much like the certification and the sustainable sourcing program I mentioned before, are around the incentives of the certifiers, as well as the monitoring and enforcement of this conduct. Because when you're kind of setting up an agroforestry project, essentially you are sort of trying to procure from a bunch of farmers or from communities something that is actually quite difficult to contract upon. All right, so I'm giving you a lot of stories of failures and challenges. Because of these challenges, another concern, at some point the regulators say, you know what, we're gonna take a step, and we can't let NGOs and companies address deforestation in coffee and in other commodities. So increasingly we see regulators coming in with rules. And by far, in the case of coffee, the biggest change is going to be brought about by the European Directive on Deforestation, the EUDR, which has already surfaced throughout this week. It was approved in June of 2023. Is going to come into force at the end of December 2024. So unless it gets delayed, its implementation is imminent. And what is EUDR? Well, EUDR is essentially saying, well, if you want to import into the EU anything that uses anything from these commodities, you have to be able to show that the production of those items didn't contribute to deforestation. In fact, to be more precise, doesn't come from places in which there has been deforestation since 2020. So actually, the regulation has kind of a retrospective component to it, which is, kind of remarkable. I think this is a game changer, and from the point of view of thinking as an organizational economist, I would say that it matters in at least 3 different ways. Well, first of all, the regulation itself, this is maybe not of interest to environmental economists, but it's going to impact the organization of the supply chains, because in order to comply with the regulation, you need to have much tighter visibility and relationship in your supply chain and visibility to traceability. So there's an impact from regulation to organization. But conversely, I would say that the effectiveness of the regulation, of course, is going to critically hinge on the way the supply chain is organized. And so the effectiveness of the regulation depends on how things are organized along the chain. And then the third point, which comes from the second one, is that it looks like only the very largest buyers essentially can put in place the system to comply, at least on paper, at least with some kind of plausible deniability with the regulation. Therefore, a lot of producers are going to be cut off from the market, from the EU market, which then prompted most governments to become very nervous and basically say, well, look, we need to set up our own system in order to make sure that everybody can be compliant with the regulation. And here, essentially, you have agencies that until yesterday were maybe dealing with distributing fertilizer to farmers or issuing exporting licenses, but all of a sudden, they need to deal with traceability, with monitoring standards, and so forth, and with digital apps. And so again, there's also an organizational response from the state that needs to happen, which I think is going to be critical. So of course, this is just a particular regulation, but even if you are a good environmental economist, I'm sure you know a recent paper that I've already shown now the way regulations are implemented, for instance, when it comes to carbon emissions in manufacturing plant. There's a very beautiful paper on pollution in Chinese River, where we've sort of seen that the implementation of the regulation critically hinges on the incentives of the bureaucrats at work in the regulatory agency. So again, sort of is the organizations of the regulatory agency that sort of mediate how the regulation plays. Now, when we think about coffee, so far I talked mostly thinking about deforestation and therefore climate change mitigation. But there's also, of course, climate change impact coffee through climate change adaptation concerns. In particular, there are these catastrophic predictions that suggest that about 50% of all land that is currently grown under coffee will be unsuitable for coffee cultivation in a matter of a couple of decades, and therefore we need to do something about it. Okay. So what do governments then do? Essentially, a lot of the adaptation, when you see it narrowly through the lens of coffee, I'm not even advocating that this is the way it should happen, but for some reason the conversation there is about helping farmers essentially improving their coffee plantation. So plant better trees, essentially. Okay. So it's about fostering investments of these smallholder farmers so that they cut the trees. It turns out they cut and replant the trees. It turns out that cutting and planting trees is not very expensive. What is expensive, of course, for these people is the fact that while the tree is growing, you don't have income. And that is a very big loss. These are poor people, so they're kind of reluctant to engage in this type of climate adaptation. And so as a result, the industry has been thinking about setting up a global coffee fund. Now, there are many funds of this sort. There is the Green Climate Fund. IGC works quite closely on the ASELI Fund, which has a different goal. But what I'm saying is that there are a lot of funds. And essentially, what are these funds doing? Essentially, we are raising capital, that then will need to be disbursed by some kind of organization towards projects that will not happen in the absence of that capital given at sort of some concessionary rate. So in other words, the success of the fund, I would say this will be true for the coffee fund if it gets set up, but it's definitely true for the other funds that already exist. Critical hinges, again, on the organizational abilities to, first of all, originate new projects, and second, monitor and get repayment so that the default rate is kind of kept at a sustainable level. So for instance, you could imagine a scenario in which you have a fund that provides incentive to lenders so that they direct finance towards particular type of investments, say greener technologies. But unless the lenders adopt internal procedure whereby the loan officers have incentives to actually develop those type of portfolios, the subsidy is not going to have the impact that you would imagine could have if you just think in terms of an IO model where there is some cost shock and then some pass through to prices. All right, so I'm running out of time and I don't want to be too pessimistic, but basically what from simply by sort of through the perspective of coffee, I gave you, I think, quite a few different examples of things that people are trying to do and that somehow are not very effective or might not turn out to be as effective as we would like them to be in paper. We talked about regulations, we talked about funds, we talked about payment for eco-services, we talked about challenges for voluntary sustainable standard and sourcing problem. So what do all these things have in common from my perspective? I think that fundamentally, they are about the fact that there are sort of public goods, in this case forest, but in other environments will be different things, right? And therefore, there are externalities, and therefore, we know that the decentralized outcomes is not going to be efficient. And as a result, there's going to be some kind of planner that set up policies, right, to essentially correct the inefficiency. And I think that what all these examples are telling me is that quite a lot of our attention should go towards implementation, not just think in terms of policy formulation, but think in terms of implementation, because that's where kind of things likely will go wrong. And my sense that they will go wrong, well, for a reason that maybe Bob is going to tell us about.
The beauty about organization and people's organization, they are very organized. So seamlessly, the transition.
Yeah, Rocco said he'd get me to the broken arrow, and then it was my turn. So here we go. Okay, so thank you. Oriana said she and Robin have offices next to each other. Even I knew that. But what you might not know is for a lot of years at MIT, my office next door neighbor was Namrata Kala, who might be the poster child for this intersection. So we've had lots of discussions even from summer before she joined the faculty. And I always think we're talking about organizations. I think typically she thinks we're talking about the intersection between. So it's a good discussion to have. I'm delighted to be here. Thank you for having it. And You said yes for various reasons. I said yes because Oriana asked. Right, so, okay, great. In some audiences, I dispirit myself by asking some version of the question like, who's ever heard of organizational economics? Or slightly more ambitiously, who's taken a class or something. So we'll skip those polling exercises for the moment and talk about it this way. So at lunch, Rocco and Oriana and I were playing with the idea that perhaps organizational economics should be rebranded, renamed implementation economics, or anyway, there's a thing out there that needs a lot of attention, in my opinion, around implementation. That's Rocco's broken arrow from a couple of minutes ago. So I'm gonna, let's see, does anybody, I'm hoping that you see these as three different colors. I don't care what you see them as, but it will help if you see them as different. If you don't, raise your hand when I get to fancier pictures and I'll sort things out. But I don't think organizational economics has anything to say about worlds with the invisible hand being active. It's all about visible hands. I think increasingly that's the challenge. And I'm not sure the first 70 years of organizational economics thought about it that way, but increasingly as we talk about management and persistent performance differences and getting things done, that's where the focus is. It won't surprise you that organizational economics looks at things inside organizations. Rocco, however, said almost nothing that in this color scheme is purple. He wasn't talking about stuff inside organizations. And I think another growth area fairly recently in organizational economics is to see both the issues and the approaches to governance and implementation and performance improvement in problems that are non-integrated, problems between organizations, as very similar to and just important as the problems within organizations. Okay, so Raman suggested that we should be concrete. I'm going to be as concrete as I can. There will be no Greek letters. There will be no implicit theory. I'm going to talk about other people's empirical work in the hopes. In fact, 2 papers are by these guys, and one's by Oriana, and you'll see. So that's a little bit crazy, but here we go. First, though, I'll give you a quick history of organizational economics. How's that? So, would it have been in this building when Ronald Coase said something or other like, if contracts were perfect, why would we need firms? How's that for a quickie on Coase? And Oliver Williamson, sometimes fiat is more efficient than haggling, right? So Oriana buys Gibbons and Machiavello and says, stop haggling, get things done. So I won't spend hardly any time on this, but imagine that how tough it is to contract is increasing as you go out that way. Imagine that how well we're doing in creating value together is up this way. Green means that you and I, Rocco and Bob, are 2 separate firms. Purple means that there's one owner. It could be Rocco, it could be Bob, it could be Oriana. And so the logic of organizational economics is vertical. It says, tell me where you are and figure out what the better governance structure is, okay? Importantly, it's terribly tempting and horribly wrong to think horizontally, right? So in this picture, all of the non-integrated governance structures are performing better than all of the integrated governance structures. Is that because integration is a stupid governance structure? No, it's because in this picture, they're handling the hard problems. It's a sample selection argument, which 25 years ago, I called Coase v. Peckman, boss is not immune to problems that wreck contracts, okay? So the way Rocco was putting it this morning, organizations are a mess, but not a mystery, okay? So, and Rocco today was talking about stuff in here, right? He was talking about green, non-integrated, implementation still problematic governance, and I'll come to that. Okay, so at the same time, if Williamson argued that fiat might be better than haggling, he didn't say, and I think he understood, that fiat obviously has some risks and some imperfections, like dictators are a problem potentially, for example. So Chester Barnard, 1 year after Coase, said something like, in a good organization, the leader doesn't give orders that are unlikely to be followed. Okay, Herbert Simon said, the leader's only a bus driver, the passengers could get off. Okay, and Jim March talked about firms as political coalitions, and the job of the difficult job of the manager is to form and mobilize such a coalition. All right, that's the whole history in one slide, according to me. All right, so there are a bunch of purple topics, not surprisingly, and they kind of start at the most micro level. Pay for performance for an individual. Of course, there are pay for performance contracts between firms too, up to norms and culture and organization structure. And then there are a bunch of green topics between organizations, the boundary of the firm and contracts, formal or relational. And I think more and more work needs to be done on what Eleanor Ostrom called polycentric governance, okay, which is the n greater than or equal to 3 version of 8. Okay, so at least 3 entities who aren't going to merge and need to collaborate. So lots of what Rocco was talking about is in that format. Okay, so I recently went and looked at the top 5 econ journals for the last 5 years and found what to me was a gratifying number of papers that, again, you know, when I'm talking to Nami, she thinks we're doing the intersection of environmental and orgs. I just think we're doing orgs. And another way to say that is I'm focused on the rows. Okay, the columns, essentially everybody who takes organizational economics at MIT these days self-identifies as being in at least one of those other fields, maybe 2 or 3 of them, and of course they overlap. So for example, there's not a dev lunch, there's not a PE lunch, there's a dev PE lunch. Why is that? Because there are not enough people. No, you can't even get in the room, right? But there's an overlap there, so we'll get back to that. Okay, so I want to talk through some examples that are not per se about environmental economics, but I think sketch a view of implementation challenges within organizations and implementation assets or something, possibilities, clues to what might give better implementation, whether it's within organizations or between. And I'll start with one paper that, you know, just to lay the groundwork, makes a lot of sense to me anyway. Good. How are we doing? 15 more minutes or something like that? Okay. So 2 minutes per paper. This is a beautiful, beautiful paper by Silke Forbes and Mara Letterman, and it's very Cozian. It's very Williamsonian. And it says, when a major airline in the US, like United or American, is flying into Chicago or flying into Los Angeles and in a big plane from far away, then there are going to be smaller regional jets that go to smaller locations. Question, does American or United choose to use a regional that it owns, or does it choose to contract at arm's length? Answer, when the weather is likely to be bad, they own the regionals. Chicago, yes. Los Angeles, no. When the weather's likely to be super cold, turns out it doesn't snow when it's super cold. So no, you don't need to own your regionals if you think it's going to be cold but no snow. Okay. So what are they doing? Well, when a ground delay happens, the FAA takes away slots, and now we have to recalibrate who's going to get which ones and so on. And there's not nearly time to contract on them. Okay. And so this is very cozy, and as I said, what's motivating the choice of do we own them or not is, oh dear, the contracts are going to be credited. Okay. Here's a lovely paper by Adam Sikarny, who was a health economist student at MIT. He looked at, and so the Forbes and Letterman paper is, okay, that's in the spirit of org econ for its first 70 years. This is going to be a little different. Adam was a public finance oriented health economist. I think Amy Finkelstein was his main advisor. And he looked at a Medicare provision that would pay hospitals more if their doctors would simply give a little bit more detail when they had a heart patient. Okay. And he assembles a sample of large for-profit hospitals with patient mixes so that there's a lot of money on the table. And he finds what, in the best PF language, he calls heterogeneous take-up, okay? So, meaning, some of the hospitals say to Medicare, thank you for the free money, mail the check here, right? Others go, oh gosh, I don't know, how do we do that, right? How do we get the hospitals, our doctors to give a little bit more detail? So 4/5 of the dispersion in response is at the hospital level, looking at doctors who go across hospitals. Now, I had all this highlighted blue. I just want to emphasize the word extract here for 1 second. Maybe we come back to this in the Q&A. The reason I'm asking Oriana about how much time we have left is we do hope to have non-trivial Q&A at the end. But let me call out that there's something going on when the author chooses to say, reflects differences in the ability of the hospital to extract documentation from the physicians. There's a reframing opportunity there. But lastly, the most important thing is not the heterogeneity on its own across hospitals in whether they could take up this free money. There's also heterogeneity in how well they treat their patients, maybe their parents too. And so, like heart attack survival rate, do they give them beta blockers? Okay, you're killing people. If your beta blocker rate is at 62%, the right answer is 80% for these broad patient populations. And the striking fact in this paper is they're correlated. Okay, fantastic. There's a high level fixed effect here, not about picking up free money, not about killing your patients. Okay. This is a beautiful paper. Is it development? Is it PE? It's an experiment with government procurement officers. But it turns out that there's somebody else. What does AG stand for?
Accountant General.
Accountant General, thank you. Good. So there's somebody who has to check that the procurement officer is doing the right stuff. And so there's a treatment on, well, let's give the procurement officers more incentives. And there's a treatment on, let's give them more autonomy. But it turns out that there's a heterogeneity in the monitor, in the accountant general. And it's measured in this compelling way. This, gave me pause since I might be in this distribution in a sense. So some of these accountant generals clear their annual files at the end of the year. Okay, so you can count for the accountant generals, how much are they just like pushing their travel receipts out to infinity because only when somebody else at them do they finally do it, right? And so if the treatments are trying to go after the procurement officers, but it turns out A, the accountant general monitor matters a ton, and B, there's heterogeneity in that. And so giving me incentives when there's an accountant general roadblock has no effect. Giving me incentives when the accountant general is on their game does have an effect. Giving me autonomy when the accountant general is on their game has no effect. Giving me autonomy when I can end run a dysfunctional accountant general has a big effect. So, a broader picture of what kind of intervention and what kind of organization are you intervening. Another beautiful paper, my favorite actually, probably from this crowd. Just to jump ahead, if you look at a multinational from, say, France, and you look at the plants that it has in, let's say, Belgium and the UK, and you measure the discretionary spending limit for the plant manager, and you open up the World Values Survey and ask, how much do the French trust the Belgians and how much do the French trust the Brits? The answer, not surprisingly, is the French trust the Belgians more than they trust the Brits. And that's correlated with the discretionary spending limits. Okay, so how do you think about that when you come to think about intervening in an organization? Another fabulous paper. This is about trucking, believe it or not. And trucking, that's fine. I would have thought, oh, trucking is about truck drivers, and it is a little bit. But it turns out that a lot of the gains from trucking, okay, here, Robin, I'm going to fake being an environmental person for 1 second, okay? Where I live in Lexington, Massachusetts, there's a no idling rule. Right? You can't leave your truck or your car or whatever while you're waiting in the school line or whatever, right? So a lot of the productivity gains in trucking turn out to be when the truck drivers and their trucks are in the depot needing to sort out which one, unloads or loads and, all of that moving around. And there are plenty of gains when individual drivers are driving to individual places, but a lot of unexploited, unexplored productivity potential in the depot. And so this firm got Toyota production religion. They got team production religion, right? That the way we're going to do this is no longer an individual matter, right? I need to be able to have Claire come to me as my boss and say, Bob, I know you wanted to go home on time, but bum, your truck has to go to the end of the line and everything will be better off in the aggregate. And I'll make this up to you over time, something like that. And so that's a long, slow rollout and expensive, and they've done it in about half of the depots. And then they get an idea, well, we could also go back to the level of individual drivers and think about giving them information about their performance, their fuel efficiency on their last week of trips and things like that. And in fact, we could do that in two ways. We could just post the table of performance results by ID number, so nobody knows who anybody else is, you just see your own ID number. Or we could post that same table of performance results by name, okay? And so the answers are not on RCT, they're slowly rolling out the Toyota teaminess culture change, they called it. That looks like it's improving productivity. In places where they haven't done the Toyota teaminess intervention, both of the performance league tables interventions look like they're improving productivity. In places where they have done the Toyota teaminess intervention, the anonymized one for performance evaluation does well. The one with names has a dramatically negative effect, right? So how do they call that the contingent effect of management practices. And at an econometric specification level, yes, they're talking about the intersection, the interaction between two different management practices, Toyota teaminess and named performance valuation. At a culture equilibrium relational contracts level, they're talking about the drivers saying, wait, you preached us this whole Toyota teaminess thing, and now you come with this named competitive thing. You're either reneging or you're stupid, and I am out of here one way or the other. I'm checked out. Okay, do I have like 4 minutes or something like that? 6, good, 2 minutes per, here we go. All right, you guys don't get an abstract. You get the most beautiful picture in organizational economics in the last 10 years. So I hope that's okay. So this is about Kenyon Rosen. Yeah, I mean, you take your pick. I can put the abstract out if you want. But, this is the price in the spot market for flowers in Amsterdam, Brussels, somewhere, right? That's Valentine's Day, okay? And these 3 curves you're supposed to, boy, I'm gonna do terrible damage here already to yours, but you're supposed to see that the prices are broadly predictable, okay? They bounce around, but you see where the spikes are. This is one of those years, okay? And this solid black curve is the price paid to the farmer in a long run relationship with a continuing buyer, not in the spot market. And you should see that the black curve is smoother. On average, it's higher. It actually goes up here on Valentine's Day. And the incredible innovation that has changed the way people think about this stuff is look at that gap, okay? And they also know quantities. So they can compute how much money did that farmer leave on the table in order to ship 100 boxes of roses at this, yes, somewhat higher price, but wow, could have gone there and by reneging, okay? So at a bare minimum, it's saying, man, Rocco was saying, all those contracts are hard to enforce. Well, this is saying, this is a relational temptation as well. Okay, last 2, I think I'll just sneak on under the wire. This is a beautiful paper that is gonna, I think, gives me not nightmares, but second thoughts about how regulators could think about things. So this is about public procurement in Japan. This is about firms that are selling to Japanese city governments. And they're colluding, it appears. And there have been attempts to stop that. And so then somebody gets the bright idea, oh, I know what we'll do. Let's have a rule that the suppliers can't charge the cities too low a price. Right? Wait, I thought the problem was they're charging too high a price, right? What's happening is the regulator here has woken up to the fact that collusion is another relational contract, an illegal one rather than productive. And they're going after what would happen off the equilibrium path, right? They're breaking the equilibrium by stopping the punishment phase in the equilibrium. What was that punishment phase? You know, Oriana and Rocco, forgive me, are colluding and charging the city government too high. I come as a new entrant, say I want part of this. I steal one contract by underbidding their high prices. The next time they see Gibbons about to bid, Oriana whacks me, right? She bids epsilon. She's going to give the stuff to the city in order to drive me out. I get the message, they go back to food. Okay, so thinking about what you're intervening in and what the regulator approaches might be is, I think, very different with this kind of view. Last one, you know, I love it is the most beautiful picture in the 2015 paper. I think this paper is better. I think this paper is phenomenal. So it relates to the Shasang-Ortner paper. Regulators better think twice here. So this is a paper on relational contracts between coffee mills and farmers. First of all, you know, by then you guys had relational contracts for religion and you went and measured them and they go in both directions and they're about lots of things. But then there's this amazing work to figure out, so where might a new mill come in? Okay, and that's geographic data and it leads to an instrument for a second mill coming in. What happens if the second mill is within commuting distance from a given farmer? It provides a reneging temptation for the farmer to say, you know, I'll see if I can get a better deal at mill number 2. And to the extent that the two compete, it also reduces the profits at the first mill, which relational contracts fans will know makes it more difficult to run a relational contract. And so this is a paper that says, A, we measure the relational contracts. B, where the instrument, you know, where we instrument entry, greater competition, and we see it, the relational contracts fail or get reduced, and so much so that welfare might fall. Okay, and I'm going to be surprised if regulators are up to speed on that one or that one, but we should be. Okay, I think I'm done, given the time. Yeah.
So we take questions. So I guess I stay here and I find people and questions.
So thank you so much. I hope that this illustrates how there are many points of overlap, because there is regulation in environment. We have to enforce things which are clearly beneficial for the group, although deviations might be beneficial for the individual. So I think that it's a good start. We know, I mean, I see plenty of young people in the audience, and that's exactly the audience. Bob asked me at the beginning, what does success look like to you? And I said, well, if only one person in that room does research on these topics, that's success. I have very low expectations. It helps with happiness. So I hope that this was a very eye-opening in a way, like for the possibilities of synergies. Now I stop preaching and I leave room to you to ask questions. Yeah, Eddie. Eddie, you have to speak up and introduce yourself.
Yes, my question is specifically regarding an adaptation by applications. What do you think is the relationship between the public sector and the private sector? Like, for example, a lot of the electrical harms and climate shocks might be a public entity. Do you think it's more important to first understand to what extent private people have, or to let the public sector help the private sector?
Should we turn our chairs around so we can?
Yeah, you can come here. Bring the chairs here. So
let's start that one.
I couldn't hear, sorry, the question was.
Incredible.
It's here. So the question was, how climate change adaptation.
So the question is about like, what do you think about the relationship between public organizations and private providers when it comes to how should they adapt to climate shocks? Is it like, you know, is there information favored by the private providers and then is it an information story?
So I can start with a non-answer to give you time to.
Okay, so the answer.
So I spent 10 years having Rebecca Henderson change my view of the world around organizational performance. And she was a consulting guru when she wasn't being an academic around organizations having a hard time doing innovation or even technological adoption from pre-existing innovations. At a certain point, you know, her about 12-year-old son seemed like the reason to shift her attention to the climate crisis. And she said, to herself, but then to the rest of us, I think that organizations are going to have similar problems trying to go green. So I'm not even talking about adapting to floods or anything else, right? Just trying to change your behavior. That's the first thing to take from this is it's hard to change the behavior of an organization or of two organizations, purple and green. And I didn't even mention the public sector yet. But, you know, this slide differs a tiny bit from the earlier one. It added some other people who aren't the invisible hand, who might be not directly involved in implementation, but they might be trying to induce implementation. And I guess that's what goes off in my head when you talk about bringing the public sector in. That's what those last two slides were for. You know, not so easy to think about Regulation 101 applied to situations of cruddy contracts and problematic implementation.
I don't have an answer, but we've done the work, so we have looked at papers that maybe populate the intersection between these two fields. And your question reminds me of a paper which I really like by a former student, who I think is a paper that he presented at the first environmental week. Azim is in Bristol, and he has this paper on water scarcity and cooperation. So how essentially the organizations of how communities deal with water canals in Pakistan. And when you think about climate change, there is, on the one hand, you think about shocks. We hear there's going to be bigger shocks, more frequent shocks, and so on. So shocks in general put strain on relationships, both within as well as between organizations. In that sense, it will make it harder, if you like, to do things right, because when there is a shock, and the temptation to renege typically will be very. But at the same time, the anticipated increase in the frequency or severity of shock gives us much more incentives to try to cooperate. And he has this beautiful paper where they kind of distinguish the rainfall, the actual rainfall shock, with a long-run change in water scarcity. And so back to your question, I think that, you know, I don't have an answer, but it seems to me that we need to differentiate between shocks, so to speak, and how they're going to affect the organization from the anticipation of changes in the distribution of shock, how they're going to change the organization itself.
Thank you.
First here and then.
Yeah, a very broad question, but do you think that the social license to operate dirty activities is eroding quickly? And I mean, if you think of that as kind of the social contract between what societal norms are and what the new generation expects, I'm just very curious whether you think that fundamental contract is, whether firms are really deviating from it in ways, especially with the new generation, how they think about environment.
Is this a show or something like that? I don't know. On this I can, so if I understand the question, I mean, I'm not well placed to do any generalization. I think when I talk with the companies, so if your question was specifically about firms, I think that there is a lot of talking about the new generation of consumers being very aware and, climate change and so forth. But all companies, I think, have struggled to monetize this. So they don't see the willingness to pay. They understand that they need to say something, kind of to survive, so to speak, not to be penalized. I think they are more thinking about kind of very bad events in which there is a big reputational scandal and then they really have big losses. But so I know that people talk about consumers being much more aware and, but the willingness to pay when I talk with business people is not there. And so now this might be an argument for saying, well, maybe we really do need some kind of regulation to ramp up. We can't just delegate the private sector to solve the problem. But look, I'm saying this, with the same legitimacy of anyone who reads, the Financial Times every now and then, not as anything qualified to say.
So I have another non-answer. You asked about the trend in social permission. I have no idea, I hope, but I want to endorse the concept as follows. So before there was Citigroup, there was Citicorp and Travelers Group, and they merged to make Citigroup. And when there was Citicorp, I spent about 10 years going to meetings with the CEO, John Reed, who may as well be an academic. He's fantastically interesting and, curious about things that you wouldn't expect necessarily. So he allowed it, he is Citicorp CEO, he could be on anybody's board. They wanted better loans, whatever. He allowed himself to be on the board of Philip Morris, partly because Reed is the one who pretty much invented ATMs and credit cards and consumer banking. And so he's interested, that's a consumer products. But really what he said was, I think they're going to lose their social permission to operate. And he wanted a window for that. So that's somebody who believes that that's a thing and worth keeping track of.
Yes. So I wanted to bring it back to Ruth's talk on voluntary carbon markets. And if we're thinking about trying to make these markets work, and they're markets that are quite vertically integrated, where the creditors and the verifiers are sometimes the same entities, and then they're also very close to the developers, and all of them have incentives to emit credits because that's how they make money. And so we have this issue of enforcement and monitoring, etc. I was wondering if you have some takes on other markets that have similar characteristics where some of these issues have been solved, and whether we can take some ideas from those types of markets into these voluntary markets, and if not, what is so specific about these voluntary markets that poses special issue?
Want to go first or second? I think that this is a great day. I mean, I'm just going to repeat what Roy said. I think that there is really, to me, this is one of the most interesting again, I didn't want to speculate about areas that I think are interesting because it's not my job. I stayed on coffee, but if I, since you asked, I think that this is probably the one of the areas that I consider the most interesting to think in the context of environmental economics at the intersection with art. I think there's an aspect of which is market design. So we would have a debate with Bob whether market design is everything that is outside org or inside org. There are examples of a regulated market that have improved things dramatically by understanding the underlying failure. If you think about electricity markets, for instance, there's very good market design work there. And so let me give you an example of an aspect of market design that seems to be crucial in many contexts, is how transparent should the market be. So Rohini correctly says it's a very untransparent market. And I agree with that because I've tried to get some data. It's very hard to get data on over-the-counter transactions in these markets. And so that seems bad because probably having some kind of transparency, maybe some kind of minimum price will probably help to guarantee that there are a little bit more incentive for credible, for high quality, if you like, certification. But on the other hand, we also know that full market transparency in contexts in which markets are very concentrated tend to lead to collusion, which might be very bad if one way in which we want to sell to emerging countries that they should join these markets is that you're going to transfer your money to do stuff to make up for the emissions that we did 100 years ago. And so this to me is just one example of a market design issue, say transparency, that would seem maybe trivial to think about it if you go about it naively, but it's actually not so trivial. And I think it's a great area. These are great markets to study. It's a great area.
We have time for one more.
Can I sneak in?
Of course.
So just like when I talk to Nami, she thinks it's the intersection and I just think it's orgs. I would, very sensibly you said, are there lessons from other markets? I would add, let's not be sure that the right and only way to look at this is as a market. Okay, so are there other instances of collusion or collaboration or other forms of interaction among firms and other organizations that are working well? You know, what does Eleanor Osman have to say about this? In settings that nobody would use the M word to describe. So I'm not sure M is the most important.
Yeah, I also, thanks, thanks, Bob. You said maybe what I should have started with, that over-the-counter markets are not the markets the way I think that lesson 101 that I've learned from organizational economics is that markets are not what they used to be, in the sense that they are not what they taught me in EC 101. Even when we talk about commodities like coffee, and carbon permit is even more of a, is even less differentiated to a certain extent than coffee, or even electricity when it's not organized through a centralized auction, they are not a decentralized anonymous market. So trade is going to happen even in these over-the-counter markets through essentially long-term relationship. There's a question whether you want to allow integration. That's another market design question. But yeah, the general point is that we call them market, but they don't function like the DC 101 market that we start. But again, it's hard to start because the data are not there as far as I know.
Now I have the control rate.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
They even have an appendix. That's all.
No, there are plenty of instances of non-integration that are not the market you learned about when you were a kid. There's the middle, not just the left. Don't bring ideas from the left to solve that problem.
Right? One more? Yeah, go ahead.
So sort of work a little bit double partially because of Rocco in Audicom. I also work in environment. So starting from environment, it's a lot about like internalizing externality, where the agents probably incentives are not properly aligned. But when we have this problem or the problem, some sort of suggestion from like what managers do. You need managers to actually look at where you have to contribute it. So I was wondering, like, looking at this kind of implementing environmental policy and kind of bringing in kind of what managers do, for example, do they know the problem, do they know the solution, are they incentivized, and can they even implement? So I think, so the kind of taking the research forward, do you think it's a good framework to think about solving environmental problem coming from the com side, or maybe Rocco, since you're actually kind of have worked in coffee, that's a good framework to kind of think about this problem and set up new research agenda?
An actual answer in a short.
At last.
At last. More conservatively, let me nominate one thing that I think could be a beautiful intersection between EE and OE. And it may not be an accident that Nick Ryan took the organizational economics class when he was at OE. It's a great question. What do managers do? Let's go think about what do regulators do. And you know, if they think they set a policy and then go home, we got a problem.
I have a conflict of interest. Tono is a co-author, so I can't. If I say anything that doesn't make me look stupid, it will look like. No, I agree. I wasn't sure I understood your question. That before lunch we were sort of chatting a little bit which kind of general lesson one can distill from organizational economics that maybe obviously with in a different format. I thought that one was this sort of trying to categorize problem into, okay, fine, we see that there are organizations, it could be a regulator, that don't perform well or don't perform as well as we think that they can, maybe because we see in the data like in the Medicare, but there are other organizations that do the same things and are much better. And then it seems like one thing that organizational economics made me think about is that try to classify whether the problem is one of information, maybe just the regulator doesn't know what they are supposed to be doing. But there is another regulator down the road. It could be in a different country, that seems to have figured it out. So not in environmental, but John Sutton did a lot of work with the IGC on investment agencies, and I think that that was a little bit some of the context there. The second type of issue is that no, actually the regulator knows, but it doesn't have the incentive to do anything about it. It's kind of happy to enjoy the easy life, but we'll break it down into different views of the incentive. But let me simplify. And then the third one is that now the regulator actually probably understands that there are problems. he knows that he's not implementing the things right, but he doesn't know how to do it. He doesn't know how to get either organizations to implement the regulation properly. And many regulations are indeed, the enforcement of many regulations, particularly when you think about regulating firms, are really sort of rather in complete contrast with a sort of long-term relationship between the regulator and the agency. And there it's not so straightforward, I think, to have an organization that knows how to manage these relational contracts. So if you think about the tax authority and you talk to firms, firms are actually not so averse about paying taxes. They're very averse to uncertainty and the fact that they don't know how to deal with the uncertainty because the guy comes in and make requests they don't know anything about. So it seems that if you are the head of that tax authority, probably you want to think about, okay, I have some people that have relationship with these firms, and I need to make sure that they manage this relationship properly, and then I will have more taxes. So I don't know whether this answers, but I think that at least to me it's useful to think in terms of these boxes to try at least to locate where the problem is.
Thank you so much. We're out of time, but there is a half an hour coffee break, so can keep the conversation going informally. Yeah. Thank you. Beautiful, guys. Seamless. You know what? The most beautiful picture, what is it? What is the most beautiful picture on the icon? This one. Yeah, the most beautiful thing about this picture is this.
Oh, totally.
Because why? It's way too small.
No,
it's a thank you.
Yeah. It's a man. It's what it is. Yeah. Thanks for.
I don't know if it's.
I see. I think it's important that it does. Because maybe you're yeah. How are you? You? Yeah, okay. You just
So that's
Well, yeah, I catch up with both. Would be great to chat a little bit about this voluntary something big. And likewise, would be.
All right. All right, guys. So thank you so much for sticking around. We're gonna start our last session of evening before the final public lecture this evening. So after.
Hello everyone. Yes, thanks to everyone for sticking around until the last section. My name is Claudia Gentile. I've just completed my PhD at the University of Zurich, and now I'm starting here as a visiting postdoctoral fellow at the Center for Economic Performance. And I also want to thank the organizers for having me in the program. And I'm very glad to have this opportunity to present you this research project, which is entitled Relying on Intermittency, Clean Energy Storage and Innovation in a Macroclimate Model. So we know that energy production and use accounts for a major share of greenhouse gas emissions. For instance, it accounted for around 76% of global greenhouse gas emissions in 2019. So if we want to reduce the human influence on the climate, we need to accelerate the clean energy transition. The good news is that in the last decade, there has been tremendous progress in clean energy technologies. This figure shows changes in energy costs for major green and dirty sources of energy between 2 points in time, 2009 and 2019. We can see that the cost of generating energy using new solar and wind technologies declined respectively by 89% and 70%. And more importantly, we can see that now the average cost of generating energy using new solar and wind technologies are now lower than the cost of generating energy using new coal and gas power plants. So you might be wondering, given these remarkable advancements, are we then now ready for the clean energy transition? Unfortunately, these figures hide an important obstacle to the deployment of clean energy sources, which is the problem of intermittency of solar and wind energy, which is the fact that also if we install a large capacity of solar panels and wind turbines, we can then use them to produce energy only when sun and wind are available. This means that we always need to have a backup energy source, which could be, for instance, fossil fuel energy or energy storage that we can use to satisfy energy demand in the hours with insufficient sun and wind. This requirement for a backup energy source increases the cost of using renewable energy and it limits their deployment. So in this process, I'm going to study the clean energy transition and the policies for the clean energy transition by developing a novel macroclimate model that explicitly considers the intermittency problem of clean energy sources. So the main theoretical novelty is that I'm going to integrate in a macroclimate model a micro-founded model of the energy sector. Typically, the macroclimate literature instead represents the energy sector in a stylized way by combining clean and dirty energy sources in a TX production function with a constant and exogenous elasticity of substitution. In this process, instead, I'm going to replace this TX production function with a micro-founded model of the energy sector. And in this micro-founded model, I'm going to capture all the key features of microeconomic models of the electricity sector. So for instance, I'm going to explicitly model the energy production choices of clean and dirty energy producers and also of energy storage firms at an hourly level, considering that hours differ in the availability of clean energy because of intermittency. A second theoretical novelty is that I'm going to study incentives to innovate on storage technologies within a model of directed technical change in the energy sector. Storage technologies can help to alleviate the problem of intermittency, as they can be used to transfer energy from hours with abundance of sun and wind, and use it then in hours with insufficient sun and wind. But up to now, they're still too expensive to be used on a large scale. A key novelty of this framework is that it's going to generate with this new theoretical model, I micro-found the aggregate elasticity of substitution between clean and dirty energy. Typically, this aggregate elasticity of substitution in the macroclimate literature is an exogenous object and is considered to be constant. And there is no agreement in the literature on what is the exact value of this elasticity, but this elasticity is going to affect how the clean energy share reacts to policies, and so also what are the optimal policies. In this new theoretical model, instead, the elasticity and the substitutability between clean and dirty energy is going to depend on the degree of intermittency, which I'm going to calibrate using microdata from the US electricity sector, and also technological change in the energy sector. In particular, the substitutability between clean and dirty energy is going to depend on the development of storage technologies.
Are you going to disaggregate between coal and oil? Because oil tends to be a complement to renewable energy with gas peakers, whereas coal often gets substituted out. So curious about that dynamic.
So yes, here I'm going to focus, when I'm going to calibrate the model, I'm going to focus actually on the natural gas, given that this is the fossil fuel, the source of fossil fuel energy that is considered to be most complementary with renewables, exactly because it's easier to scale up and down relative to coal power plants. I'm going to then calibrate the model to the US economy, and I use it to do a quantitative analysis of the role of policy. So first, I'm going to study how the economy evolves in the absence of policies. Then I'm going to study the optimal allocation and estimate what are the optimal environmental policies. And finally, I'm going to study what is the impact of one of the major real-world policies that has been implemented to accelerate the clean energy transition, which are the clean energy subsidies introduced in the US with the Inflation Reduction Act. Now I would like to first give you a preview of the main results. So I find that also in the absence of policies, clean energy becomes the cheapest energy source and it captures a large market share. So initially the share of clean energy starts at the level around 22%, and then it gradually increases over time up to 60–70%, also in the absence of policies. On the other hand, I find that in the hours with insufficient sun and wind, the market is going to keep using dirty energy sources to satisfy energy demand, and it has no incentives to use storage technologies, which are relatively more expensive. Therefore, the market keeps developing and innovating on dirty energy technologies to use them in the hours with insufficient sun and wind, and it has no incentives to develop storage technologies. So I find that in the absence of policies, storage use and storage innovation remain inefficiently low. I find that the velocity of substitution between clean and dirty energy is not constant, as typically assumed by the literature, and in the absence of policies, the economy remains trapped in a scenario in which the elasticity of substitution decreases as the clean energy share increases, and it remains low because of insufficient innovation in storage technologies. In the optimal allocation, instead, the social planner would like to immediately increase the clean energy share up to a level around 60%. And it also wants to immediately move all the oil resources away from dirty technologies towards clean and in particular towards storage technologies. Initially, also in the optimal allocation, the use of storage is low because storage technologies are still very expensive now, and increasing their use substantially now would result in very high energy prices and have very high cost for growth. But after substantial innovation and a decrease in the cost of storage, then the social planner wants to increase the use of storage technologies and complete the clean energy transition by 2060. This optimal allocation can be implemented with carbon taxes and R&D subsidies. And I find that endogenizing the elasticity of substitution between clean and dirty energy sources affects both the optimal policies and the optimal speed of the clean transition. I find that the optimal R&D subsidies should not redirect innovation equally towards clean and storage technologies, but in particular towards storage technologies. And I find that endogenizing the elasticity results in a slower optimal clean energy transition. Finally, I evaluate what is the impact of the clean energy subsidies introduced in the US by the Inflation Reduction Act. And I find that these subsidies are successful at increasing the clean energy share in the short run, but they do not induce sufficient innovation in storage technologies. Therefore, the clean energy share, also after the introduction of these subsidies, remains limited by the problem of intermittency in the long run. And these subsidies result in a positive increase in welfare, but the increase in welfare is of 0.035%, which is much lower than the increase in welfare we would get with the optimal policies of 3.2%.
How do you factor in the local content requirements and the tariffs, other equipment needed?
So here I'm considering, I'm somewhat simplifying maybe the policies that I introduced, but let's say in a very optimistic way. So I'm considering that there is a subsidy of $26 per megawatt hour for energy produced with clean and storage, independently of the content of where these technologies are manufactured. And then I'm considering an investment tax credit of a reduction in investment costs, so a subsidy to investment cost of 30%. So I'm being already quite optimistic and less restrictive than what the actual policies are.
Okay.
And so to follow up on that, and the way you sort of simulate the IRA here, like there is nothing that would support innovation right? Is there's no R&D tax credit, and you're not modeling the potential induced innovation effect from like this shock in demand for this clean tech, which may so maybe with that last bullet point, it's not surprising that you would find like an insufficient storage innovation effect in your model when modeling the area, because what you model on the area has nothing to do with it.
So I think there are going to be some effects on innovation, and it will become clear throughout the presentation because I'm going to have an R&D model where incentives to innovate crucially depends on the size of the different markets. So if demand for storage technologies and installation of storage increases, we see an increase in innovation in storage, but the increase is still quite low compared to what we would want to see. So now I'm going to first give you a brief overview of the main elements of the model, and then I will spend most of the time on discussing the results. So as is typical in a macroclimate model, there is an aggregate production function that produces the final good, combining in a Cobb-Douglas production function, capital, labor, and energy. And energy is produced by the energy sector, which is the main novelty of this paper. In the energy sector, there are dirty and clean energy producers and energy storage firms. And the use of dirty energy results in CO2 emissions, which affects the stock of carbon in the atmosphere. I'm going to model the climate cycle following Golosovas's, Krusell, and Swinsky. So the use of dirty energy is going to result in output damages. Before further describing how the energy sector works, I want to draw your attention on the fact that in this model, there are going to be 2 time periods. So there is an aggregate time period T, which is the more standard time period of a macroclimate model, and it represents 5 years. And within a period T, there is a continuum of hours. I introduce hours because I want to describe the problem of intermittency, which is something that happens at the hourly level. So every energy producer, that could be dirty, clean, or storage, makes 2 choices. She decides how much capacity to build. So for instance, how many solar panels, fossil fuel power plants, or batteries to build for a period T. And then within every hour H of a period T, the producer decides how much energy to produce. The energy that can be produced is limited by the level of capacity. In addition, I'm also considering intermittency through this intermittency parameter Xi of H, which is going to determine what is the fraction of installed clean capacity that can be used to generate clean energy in a given hour H. This intermittency parameter takes a value between 0 and 1. There will be some hours with low solar radiation and low wind speed, during which only a relatively small fraction of the installed clean capacity can be used to generate clean energy.
Just a quick question. So you're modeling solar and wind kind of as one lump, but I guess what this might be missing is that often wind peaks later on at night, and where solar is your midday hours. So that kind of naturally, they're kind of complements in a sense, at least in the UK grid, which I understand, the most deeply. So I guess that point you're missing. So in your model, storage would need to kind of make up more than in a different model where you split up solar and wind.
So thank you for the very interesting question. So yes, it's not going to appear in the model, but I'm going to take this into account when I calibrate the intermittency parameters, as I'm going to calibrate it using data both on hourly wind and solar energy generation in the US. So I'm going to take into account that in the hours in which we can use clean capacity are the hours in which we have sun or wind or both. The energy producers are going to sell energy at an hourly level at the hourly energy price, and they take hourly energy prices as given. And they have to pay some cost to build capacity and some hourly production costs. For instance, the dirty energy producers have to pay some fuel costs, while the clean energy producers do not have to pay any fuel cost. I'm also going to model the R&D sector, where there are scientists that can decide to direct their innovation towards improving the clean, the dirty, or the storage technology. Storage is a technology that can be used to transfer energy across hours. EHTS represents the quantity of energy stored or released in a given hour H, and the storage firm has to satisfy 2 constraints, which say that the total quantity of energy stored in a period T must also be released in the same period. And then the second constraint says that the total quantity of energy stored in a period T is going to be limited by the capacity that is installed, which can think of it, for instance, as the capacity we have installed of batteries. In order to maximize their profit, the storage firms want to buy energy in the hours with the minimum prices and then sell it in the hours with the maximum prices. So they make revenues by exploiting the hourly price difference, and they have to pay some cost to build capacity. By buying energy in the hours with the minimum prices and selling it in the hours with the maximum prices, they're going to drive down what is the maximum hourly price difference, and in equilibrium, this will equal the cost of storing one more unit of energy. And importantly, if the maximum hourly price difference is lower than the cost of storing energy, then the storage firms do not want to build any storage capacity and they will not enter in the market. For what concerns the model of innovation, I'm going to build on the literature on directed technical change and the environment. So the standard model are Smogler, Bursin, and Nemo. And the main novelty is that I'm also going to study incentives to innovate on storage technologies. Typically, the literature study is focused on studying what are the relative incentives to innovate on clean or dirty technologies. Here I'm going to focus on clean, dirty, or storage technologies. So they can also study what are the complementarities between the development of clean and storage technologies and whether policymakers should prioritize, for instance, R&D subsidies to clean or to storage technologies.
Wouldn't some of the storage been classified under clean or dirty already in the previous classification?
So storage could be used is a third technology that is used to transfer energy across hours. It could be used to store both clean or dirty energy. Indeed, I have some analytical proofs that show that, for instance, an improvement in the storage technology is not always going to be beneficial for clean. It actually could also be beneficial for dirty when the clean technology is less advanced. But I find that when the clean technology is very advanced, an improvement in storage technology is always going to be beneficial for clean. And this is quite in line with what we find. That
I guess my question is simpler. So if you have a solar unit and it has a panel and a storage bit to it, that whole thing, I think previously, would any patenting around any of that, or that unit would be classified as clean. Whereas now how would you divide up the storage clean in the patenting?
In the patenting, in patents, we can see, for instance, in patents data, we can divide between storage technologies and renewable technologies like wind and solar. So here I'm considering them as two separate technologies. It's interesting, I think, also maybe in the future extension to think what if, for instance, there are some policies that require to have a vertical integration between these technologies. How is this going to affect the main results? But here I'm considering them as two separate technologies. And we do see, for instance, in patents data that there is much more innovation in renewable energy. There is some positive innovation in storage, but this is much lower than the quantity of patents that we see in wind or storage technology. So a unit of capacity, which could be for the dirty, the clean, or the storage producer, is built using a continuum of intermediate inputs, which are indexed by the letter J. And every intermediate input is built using labor, and it has an own quality level AJ. And there is a mass one of scientists that can decide to direct their innovation towards improving the clean, the dirty, or the storage technology. And the successful scientist is going to become the monopolist that then produces the technology she innovated on. And crucially, the scientists will want to direct their innovation towards the sector that has the greatest expected profit. So for instance, if more dirty capacity is sold and installed in the market than storage capacity, then the scientists will have more incentives to innovate on dirty technologies, because if successful, they can sell this technology to a larger market.
I'm not getting one thing. So if you have an electric car, which is largely a battery, wouldn't innovations in the electric cars be counted as clean?
It depends if it's, for instance, an innovation on the storage and on the battery that is installed in the car. We would consider this as an innovation in the storage technology. And if it's...
So you're saying with an electric car, you can distinguish patenting the battery of the electric car and other parts of the electric car. So I thought that all the patents for electric cars were like together in the patent records, including the storage bit.
I mean, this depends how one counts it, but there are classifications that can be used to also specifically study the patents that are in the battery components. But also here, I'm mostly focusing on the electricity sector. So we have to think about storage in the electricity sector that is used to store clean or dirty energy produced in the electricity sector, which is also going to be then relevant for the decarbonization of other sectors, given that also, for instance, for the transport sector, we are going to need clean electricity to make the electric vehicles clean. So to calibrate the model, I'm going to use microdata from the US electricity sector. For instance, to calibrate the cost of clean and dirty energy production, I'm going to use the FERC microdata, which provide information on fuel costs and capacity costs for all US electric utilities that have more than 10 gigawatt hours of annual sales. I'm going to take the storage cost from levelized cost of storage estimates from Lazard. I'm going to use data on hourly solar and wind energy generation in the US from 2019 from the Energy Information Administration, which also provides information on what is the total hourly energy generation. And I'm going to use data on total hourly energy generation together with solar and wind energy generation in order to build 100 representative hours, which are representative in terms of the degree of intermittency, the level of energy demand, and the correlation between the two. These 100 hours are then going to repeat many times in the same year. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip the calibration of the growth model and the climate cycle, but it's quite standard as in the literature. So first of all, if we look at what happens in the absence of policies, I find that the clean energy share starts at a level around 20%, and it gradually increases over time, also in the absence of policies. The share of energy stored is initially positive, it starts at a level of 0.2%, but it gradually decreases over time. And in the long run, the clean energy share remains limited by the problem of intermittency. We can see more in detail how the equilibrium in the energy market looks like in the long run, where I'm showing hourly energy generation in the 10 hours with the lowest demand and in the 10 hours with the highest demand, but the same patterns can be observed also in the other hours. And the green area represents clean energy generation, the brown area is dirty energy generation, and the orange would represent the use of storage, but here we see that storage is not used because it's not competitive in the long run. So we see that in the hours in which clean energy is not available, the market keeps using dirty energy, and therefore it keeps also innovating on dirty technologies, and intermittency actually creates an important market for dirty energy, also if clean energy becomes the cheapest energy source.
Just a quick question, but isn't the cost of batteries falling by 10% year on year? I was looking at the Bloomberg New Energy Finance data, and so that seems to show a pretty consistent learning by taking effect. I'm curious if those cost reductions are in this decentralized case.
So the cost of storage technologies have been decreasing, but at a much lower rate relative to the cost of clean energy technologies, which have decreased, for instance, by 80% in the last 10 years. And actually, if we look at levelized cost of storage estimates from Lazard, which provide a range of estimates for different storage technologies, they report that the cost of storage technologies that are used, for instance, for short duration storage of 1 or 2 hours has been decreasing. But if we look at the long duration storage, which will be needed, for instance, if there are many hours without sun and wind, the costs are decreasing, but really very slowly. So they're decreasing too slow, and they're still the costs are still too high to be used on a large scale.
Okay, so in your model, is it just assuming static costs?
No, the costs are evolving through innovation.
Okay.
But here we can see, for instance, that the market has more incentives to innovate in clean and dirty technologies. The innovation of storage technology is initially positive, but very small. Therefore, over time, the clean and dirty technologies become cheaper and storage exits the market. So in the absence of policies, I find that storage innovation and use remain inefficiently low. I think I'm going to skip the results of the elasticity of substitution, but I find that the substitutability between clean and dirty energy decreases as the clean technology improves if the cost of storage remains high, because as the clean energy share increases, the cost of the we will be using clean energy mostly in the hours with insufficient sun and wind, and if the storage costs remain high, the substitutability decreases. Then I solve for the optimal allocation by solving the problem of a social planner that maximizes the wealth of the US and internalizes the environmental externality of using dirty energy. And I find that the social planner wants to immediately increase the clean energy share to a level around 60%, but also in the optimal allocation, the use of storage is initially low because these technologies are still very expensive, and increasing their use now would result in very high energy prices and negative impacts on growth, on current growth, which would outweigh the current environmental benefits. But if we look at innovation, the social planner wants to immediately move all the R&D away from dirty technologies towards storage technologies. And after a substantial decrease in the storage cost, the social planner wants to increase the share of energy stored and complete the clean energy transition by 2060. The model is analytically tractable, so it also provides analytical formulas for the optimal carbon tax, as in the goals of Krusal-Spinsky paper. And we can see that the optimal carbon tax starts at a level around $24 per ton of carbon, and it gradually increases over time. But just the introduction of the carbon tax, we would see an increase in the use of clean energy and innovation in clean technologies. But we would not see much of an increase in the incentives to innovate in storage technologies, because these technologies are still very expensive, and also in the optimal allocation, the initial use and market size of storage is small. So we would not see much of an increase in storage innovation. And this is why the optimal allocation is implemented also through a use of R&D subsidies to storage technologies and the tax on the profits of innovators on dirty technologies. Yeah, I would like to highlight that having a micro-founded model of the energy sector results in a slower transition relative to what we would get with a more standard macroclimate model with a CES production function that combines clean and dirty energy with a constant substitutability. Where here I'm calibrating the model with the CES production function to the same data to which I calibrate the macro-founded model, and I'm assuming an LSE substitution of 4. And we see that with the CS production function, we get a much faster optimal transition, because in this case, we are not considering that as the clean energy share increases, the elasticity of substitution between clean and dirty energy decreases. And also we would not be considering the cost of developing storage technologies. Finally, I find that the introduction of the clean energy subsidies under the Inflation Reduction Act result in a large increase in the clean energy share in the short run, but the share of energy, and also an increase in the share of energy stored. But once the subsidies are phased out as planned from 2035, we see a drop in the clean energy share and a drop in the share of energy stored. And in the long run, the storage technology does not improve as fast as the clean and the dirty technologies, and therefore eventually is not competitive in the market. And this is why the welfare effects of introducing these policies are much lower than the welfare effect of introducing the optimal policies, because in the long run, the clean energy share still remains limited by the problem of intermittency.
It would be super nice to, I think, add like the R&D investment that's actually provided by the DOE. And I think that's kind of, on top of what the IRA is doing, and the background, it will be supporting that innovation, particularly I think that investment, right?
Yes, thank you. I think I definitely want to do more exercises, including these. And for instance, there are other policies that have been implemented. That, for instance, we see that much of the capacity actually currently installed of storage batteries is installed in states that require utilities to have a certain capacity of storage, and this is also providing some incentives to innovate. So there are also additional policies that have been implemented, and planning in the future to have also other exercises with more policies. thank you for your attention and additional questions.
Thank you. All right. Thanks so much for sticking around all the way till the end of the program. And thanks to the organizers for including this paper as part of the conference. So unlike what you saw from Claire and I on Tuesday, this paper is about something completely different. So no insurance at all here, unless we want to think of climate policy as insurance against actually needing the insurance at the end of the day. So this is a paper about energy efficiency. This is joint work with Jonathan Hawkins-Piero, who is at the US Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. So I'm required to say not only does this research not represent the views of the US Census Bureau, it also doesn't represent the views of his employer or the United States. Also doesn't represent the views of Canada, but I'm not required to say that one. So in this paper, we're thinking about how the absence or presence of climate policy today affects responses to climate policy in the future. So historically, abundant fossil fuel resources priced below their social cost have set economies on this path of energy and efficient development and rising anthropogenic carbon emissions. Today, we have this master lecture devoted to natural disaster insurance because we're starting to see the effects of the large increases in anthropogenic carbon emissions in the past. We're starting to see the large wildfires and floods and extreme temperatures and experience those damages. Despite this, countries have struggled to put a price on carbon. So Europe and Canada are exceptions. I think we would still agree that the carbon prices that exist in these jurisdictions are low relative to what we would expect and want to fully internalize the social costs associated with energy consumption. But then we look at the US, which has actually put 50 carbon pricing bills before Congress in the last 30 years, and a total of 0 of them have actually passed. And so in the absence of this type of policy, the global energy outlook isn't super rosy. So this graph ends a few years ago, but it shows the new coal power capacity added around the world. This has been rising steadily, largely driven by China, which is opening the equivalent of one new coal power plant every week. And a lot of these investments are going to stick around for many years once we've put them in the ground originally. And so this brings me then to our research question. Does the lack of carbon pricing today actually mitigate the effectiveness of carbon pricing in the future? So intuitively, if you're a manufacturing plant opening during a period when energy prices are low, you may choose to invest in a dirty technology. And then if energy prices change in the future, it may be difficult for you to then fully adjust and become as energy efficient down the road. And so in the first part of the paper, we're going to ask, how important are these entry-year energy prices for energy efficiency in subsequent years, which we're going to refer to as technology lock-in. We're going to do this using an instrumental variables approach. And then in the second part of the paper, we're going to study mechanisms for why these entry-year energy prices continue to matter going forwards. We're going to distinguish between 2 different channels. The first is going to be capital adjustment costs, and the second is going to be what we call selection on productivity, which determines which plants actually open in the first place. And to do this, we're going to estimate the structural parameters of plants' underlying production functions. I'll go into more detail in a little bit. So what do we find? So we do, in fact, find strong evidence of technology lock-in in US manufacturing. So we're finding that these entry-year electricity prices that manufacturing plants pay have persistent effects throughout the lifetime of these manufacturing plants. We're estimating elasticities that are about 20 to 25% of the elasticities with respect to current prices. So not insignificant. And we're also finding that whatever the prices of the fossil fuel inputs into electricity were in the year that the plant opened, those prices themselves also have persistent effects going forward. So if you're a manufacturing plant primarily consuming electricity and you open when coal prices are really low, that coal price stays embedded in your energy intensity going forward, which is really concerning when we think about places that are continuing to expand fossil fuel power in response to low prices around the world. We find technology lock-in. We also find relatively limited heterogeneous effects by plant age, which suggests that this lock-in effect really persists throughout the lifetime of the plant. The second part of the paper, when we switch to study mechanisms, we find that these lock-in effects can be largely explained by persistent differences in the relative productivities of inputs chosen when you open. So what seems to be going on is that if a manufacturing plant opens when energy prices are quite low, you choose a production technology which uses your energy inputs relatively less efficiently, and then these productivity differences persist over time. And the contribution of capital adjustment costs, by contrast, and perhaps surprisingly, seems to be smaller than we would expect. And this we view as one of the contributions of the paper because the standard putty clay literature in macro really points to capital adjustment costs as being a key constraint on plants' inability to adjust their production technology over time. And so we're identifying what we think is a second channel, which seems to play an important role in this setting. Yes.
Wouldn't uncertainty matter in this setting? I mean, what they expect in terms of the future?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to come back to that. Yeah. So to preview the role of beliefs here, we're going to identify technology lock-in given the structure of beliefs that plants have, without necessarily knowing exactly what that is. So plants have some belief about the time series of prices going forward and what those prices will look like when they open, and invest accordingly. And we're going to back up the lock-in that belief structure, whatever it is, applies. Of course, if you can perfectly predict the time path of prices, we're going to expect to see less lock-in than if you can't. But I'll show you graphs where what's going to determine whether or not lock-in arises is really how important the discounting is for these plants. So more concretely, the contribution of this paper, we view these contributions as threefold. So first, related literature, actually, Claudia teed it up quite nicely, path dependence and transitions from dirty to clean energy sources. These papers typically take a more macro approach, though they're not exclusively. And we view our contribution here as providing what we believe is the first estimate of the importance of entry year energy prices for energy intensity in subsequent years, and then commentary on the duration and mechanisms for these effects. The second related literature is a more general literature on industrial responses to environmental regulation. And these papers typically either focus in great detail on the dynamics of one industry, often cement or electricity, for example, or they look more generally across many industries using static models and different outcomes that we view as equally important. And so we view our contribution here as kind of bringing these two literatures together to provide a new generalizable explanation for why some of these responses arise in these individual industries. And then the third related literature is on climate economy integrated assessment models, where our contribution here is to provide a new microfoundation for the rate of decarbonization commonly assumed in this literature. So for the 22 minutes or so remaining to me, I'm going to provide a little bit of background about our empirical setting before moving into the contextual framework to be more concrete about the channels through which lock-in can arise and how we're going to separately identify them. And we'll come back to the question of the importance of beliefs here. I'll then discuss our data, our econometric model for identifying lock-in, and our empirical evidence of it before concluding, and hopefully we'll have some time to talk about policy implications. I'd be really curious to hear what else, in addition to the list that we've come up with, you think is most important. So as I mentioned before, our setting here is energy use from US manufacturing. So the US manufacturing sector accounts for about 25% of energy consumption in the US and about 25% of greenhouse gas emissions. Most of the energy consumed by manufacturing plants is in the form of purchased electricity. So this is actually quite different from a lot of the development papers we've seen over the past few days, where manufacturing includes more important use of raw fuels. In the US setting, about 95% of energy expenditures on average come from purchasing electricity from the grid. The sector accounts for almost all of the predicted increase in US energy use in the next decade, so it's decarbonizing less rapidly than other sectors. If we look at the image on the left, we can start to see here how technology lock-in might arise. So my best guess is always that this is a Perrier bottle manufacturing plant. It doesn't quite look like beer or wine. We can see here that if energy becomes much more expensive, the costs associated with upgrading this machine are non-trivial, right? We're gonna have to pause operations, pull the whole thing out of the ground, purchase an expensive replacement, get someone to come and install it. And that's only going to be worthwhile for us to do if energy prices increase quite substantially. And so the conceptual framework then is intended to make this channel much more concrete. So I'm going to skim over most of the Greek letters, for lack of a better word, but the idea here is that we're using a fairly standard model of plant entry, exit, and capital investment decisions, to which we're introducing the importance of entry year productivities, which we're going to allow to vary by input. So we're going to use a CES production technology, because actually if we use more standard functional forms like Cobb-Douglas, we're actually going to rule out complementarity between inputs. And by extension, we're going to rule out technology lock-in. So we want to allow for something which is more flexible. Yes.
In your context,
yeah,
is it mostly about just basically turning over the entire asset and switching, or are there retrofits or other margins of change that might be possible?
Yeah, great question. So we're going to analyze two, and I'll jump right there. So we're going to analyze first the role of capital adjustment costs, and this would be a retrofit. So you are able to purchase a new machine, you're able to pull that boiler out of the ground, purchase a new one. And that accounts typically for about 70% of energy efficiency improvements in the US context. The other 30% come from more fundamental changes like turning out the lights or figuring out when to time production so that you aren't using all of your machines at the same time. And so we can think of both of those channels as being important here. The first one is capital adjustment costs. And then the second one is the selection effect on productivity. So both of those channels are captured in this graph, which I will now explain. Do you have a question before we proceed? Yeah.
Yeah. But can you separate the analysis or the model between electricity energy input versus direct electricity?
So we're going to do so, and yeah, I'll come back to that. But we will be able to do so. We're going to focus a lot on electricity because it's the lion's share of production, but we will allow for substitution.
I guess maybe but the US hasn't been doing too well at making electricity too expensive in a sense, because it's not priced with carbon.
Yeah.
So it could be dirty, it could be clean, but it's not being priced. So
yeah,
I run on US.
Yeah, absolutely. So so a lot of the energy, exactly to your point, a lot of the dirty energy inputs come upstream at the electricity grid level. So coal has fallen quite substantially in terms of production, but is still about 40% of electricity generation. And then there's natural gas, which obviously has become much more important with fracking. And those prices are going to determine the electricity prices themselves, which are then paid by the manufacturing plants.
That's my brother point, and again, it's really good. In the US, we still haven't built US manufacturing firms that maybe they should care about that.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yes.
There's no carbon pricing policy that exists there, unlike here. And so the variation in electricity prices that we're going to exploit is going to come from the year-on-year fluctuations in fuel costs upstream. Would love to be able to actually exploit a policy that does what we would want it to do. All right, so the two mechanisms, as I've hinted before, all plants can, at various points in time, make three different decisions in response to changes in energy prices. The first is they can adjust their static inputs, so they can change the amount of labor and energy that they use. The second channel came up before, right? They can change their capital stock. If they choose to change their capital stock, they're going to have to pay both fixed and convex costs to do so. And then finally, they can decide if they're going to exit the market entirely or not enter. And what's going to determine whether or not you actually want to undertake any of these three things in response to energy price changes are first these fixed and convex costs of capital adjustment, right? So the image I showed, it may only be worthwhile for you to make those changes if the price of energy goes up a lot. The second channel, this sort of selection effect, is based on the fact that if energy prices rise, you need a much more favorable productivity draw in order for it to be worthwhile for you to open in the first place. And so we would expect if these productivities are persistent, that only the highest productivity plants are going to open during periods when prices are higher. And then if productivities persist, we have these differences across cohorts that we're going to test for. And so this graph shows three different scenarios and the relative importance of capital adjustment costs and the selection effect. So the first line is an extreme scenario where plants choose a capital stock initially, and then they can't make any changes to it. They can only change their flexible inputs or exit. And so what we see here is this downward sloping relationship between the price of energy in the period that they open, which is on the x-axis, and the energy intensity of incumbent plants in the second period of life. This is measured relative to the energy intensity of new entrants in the second period, which is the black line. We normalize it to be 1, and so the energy intensity of incumbents is measured relative to new entrants. New entrants, conditional on the price of energy today, don't care about what the price of energy was yesterday, and so this line is flat, since it's the price of energy yesterday on the x-axis. So this downward sloping relationship captures this lock-in effect. Plants that open when energy is relatively cheap yesterday, on average, have a higher energy intensity. The orange line then is the second scenario, which allows for some changes in the capital stock, but includes these fixed and convex costs. So for small energy price changes, it isn't worthwhile to pull that boiler out of the ground. You don't make any adjustments, and so the two lines overlap. And then once energy prices change substantially, you have these retrofits, and so we start to observe a divergence between the two lines. Again, with this downward sloping relationship that captures lock-in. The third scenario is the case where we allow for complete flexible adjustment of capital stock. So we basically shut off the capital adjustment cost channel and allow plants to change their capital stock in the same way they would labor or energy. And so we still see this downward sloping relationship because of the second channel, the selection effect on productivity. Plants that open when energy prices are relatively cheap are on average less productive than the ones that open when energy is more expensive. And so we still observe this, this lock-in effect. And so what we're going to do in the empirical part of the paper then, two things. We're first going to estimate the overall lock-in effect, which is agnostic about these two mechanisms. That's going to be the distance between the black and orange line. That's going to capture both the capital adjustment cost channel and the selection effect. Then we're going to estimate the distance between the black and green line. So the importance of entering your energy prices for determining subsequent productivity. And then we're going to ask how close are these two lines to each other and back out the relative importance of capital adjustment costs as a residual. I think in the interest of time, I'm going to not show you the graphs about the alternative belief structures. I'm happy to chat more about it afterwards. The main intuition is that if you, as I said before, even if you're perfectly able to foresee energy price changes, if you know there's a carbon price coming 10 years from now, you're still going to make a potentially more energy inefficient investment today because of discounting. You'll be able to get those 10 years of cheaper costs up until the carbon price hits. Yes.
Just very quickly, should we think of there also potential positive lock-in, like with that client?
Oh, yeah, so we could, actually, the other graphs, which require some backstory, do have a continuation of this where instead of energy prices going up, you have energy prices going down and you have a reverse lock-in effect. We're modeling this as an energy price increase because we're trying to motivate it by increasing carbon prices or just implementing the policy in the first place. All right, the data I am largely going to gloss over. We're using US Census microdata, which includes plant inputs, outputs, entry and exit dates. We're able to use this to construct plant level electricity prices, both in the plant's entry year and in every subsequent year in which we observe it. And then we're going to also construct instruments that I'll talk about in more detail. So lots of data, which we're going to plug into the econometric model. So our main question here is how entry year electricity prices affect either current energy intensity, if we're measuring the overall lock-in effect, or energy productivity when we're thinking about mechanisms. We're going to control, in addition for entry year prices, we're going to control for current electricity prices. And then we have state by industry fixed effects, so controlling for things like market access. And then year by industry by entry year fixed effects. Those ones are key because what we're essentially doing then is looking within an entry year cohort at how differences in electricity prices affect the behavior of plants which have the same technology available to them. So we're looking, say, within all cement plants that opened in 1990, which could conceivably have chosen the same technology, but we're going to observe that they make different choices based on the prevailing electricity price locally. Now, even conditional on these fixed effects, we're still going to be potentially concerned about, in particular, measurement error of our entry year electricity prices. And now the way that these census data sets are set up is that they're a true census every 5 years of all manufacturing plants in the US, but in between, it's a sample survey. And so unless the census happened to survey you in your entry year, we don't necessarily know precisely what your own plant level entry year electricity price was, and we're going to construct that using the average across other entrants in the same state as an industry as you. But it is going to open up the possibility for measurement error in our entry year electricity price, in addition to just the classic simultaneous determination of prices and quantities here. And so to address this, we're going to construct instruments which exploit the fact that different states have different energy mixes that they use to generate electricity. And so as I mentioned before, what this means is that if you're in a state which uses a lot of coal historically, say Ohio, and used a lot of coal in 1976, and then 20 years later, the price of coal goes up, electricity prices in Ohio are more likely to go up than electricity prices, say, in California, which uses less coal and more hydro and other sources of energy. So we'll construct instruments that look like this for coal, natural gas, and petroleum oil, and then we'll instrument both for entry year electricity prices and then our current electricity prices as well, using the corresponding fossil fuel price. Yes.
If you looked at the ratio of the energy, because I could assume that a firm that lets its capital depreciate and just buys from other firms, because basically, I don't know, can't be bothered to replace its capital, but instead sort of outsources the energy intensive part of the production. So sort of this is another margin of adjustment.
So by adjusting their, say,
like,
what would that look like?
I guess like a firm, there's like sort of a range of tasks it does, and eventually it just buys the like, energy intensive part of its production chain that's now purchased from another entrant. So
yeah, got it.
Maybe more flexibility in the market than we just look at the front end.
Yeah, so that's going to be rolled into our overall measure of energy intensity. We're not going to look at that explicitly, but it would, if you're starting to outsource whatever it is that requires the most electricity for you to generate, your energy intensity would fall, and so that would show up as lock-in in our data. We aren't going to separately distinguish that from, say, reducing your use of energy-intensive capital. it would be part of that residual. Estimating relative productivities, I'm happy to chat more about this offline. The only thing I will say again is that we estimate the CES production function. So we're going to estimate both the total factor productivity term and an energy specific productivity term as well. And we'll be able to separately analyze the effect of entry year energy prices on both. This is more involved than estimating a Cobb-Douglas production function and the associated productivities. I'm happy to chat more about it. All right, so in the last 8 minutes or so, I will now present our empirical evidence of lock-in, or 5 minutes, there we go. Perfect, so first stage, first results I'm going to show you are first evidence of lock-in. This is coming from the reduced form analysis of 4 different measures of energy intensity regressed on our instruments. So the instruments, remember, are these weighted prices of fossil fuel inputs into electricity, where the weights are the relative importance of the different fuels in generating electricity in each state. Our measures of energy intensity first, electricity use per dollar revenue. The second column, we're going to restrict the analysis to plants which use electricity almost exclusively. So we're going to drop plants which get more than 30% of their energy from anything other than electricity. And then the last 2 columns are where we're going to allow for substitution across fuels by converting every fuel into either carbon dioxide equivalent or its British thermal units of energy content. So both of these last 2 will include all fuels, and if you're substituting towards something which is less energy intensive, we would expect to observe different results in the last 2 columns. As I said, the reason we focus on electricity is that it does account for the lion's share of consumption in this particular context. So the main takeaway from this analysis is that entry-year coal and petroleum prices have these persistent effects on energy intensity in subsequent years. So whatever the price of coal or petroleum was in the year that you opened, that continues to be baked into your electricity or energy intensity today. And this is particularly surprising given how much the use of coal and petroleum has fallen in the US. So I didn't show you these graphs. Coal use has fallen by about 1/3. Petroleum basically isn't used at all to generate electricity in the US today, and yet we're still finding that it has these persistent effects on entry year on subsequent energy use, as we'll show throughout the lifetime of the plant. And this is really what we view as a red flag for countries that are continuing to expand the use of these fuels. When we look at overall energy intensity, our same measures in the full OLS and IV analysis, the main takeaway here is that we find these persistent effects of entry year electricity prices on our 4 outcomes. So we're estimating elasticities that are about -0.2, -0.25, which suggests that plants are leaving about 25% of the benefits on the table by not having a carbon price in the year that the plant opens. I'll just tell you here, coefficient interaction with plant age, basically 0. These plants aren't getting away from their entry year energy prices in subsequent years. So this lock-in effect really seems to be quite persistent. Hope I've convinced you lock-in is important. I'm going to spend the time remaining to me talking about mechanisms, focusing here on energy productivity. So this table is our full OLS and IV results for the relative productivity of energy compared with labor. So energy specific inputs. And then the last 2 columns are total factor productivity. Again, we've split everything across all plants and then only the ones which use electricity as the primary or almost only input. And here the main takeaway is that if we look at our energy productivity, we're finding effects of entry year electricity prices on energy productivity that have roughly the same magnitude as the effects of entry year electricity prices on overall energy intensity. And so what that means is that the selection effect on productivity, the effect of entry year energy prices on energy productivity today, can explain pretty much all of the overall lock-in effect. And so this is what suggests, which suggests that the role of capital adjustment costs is smaller than we would expect. We find no effects on total factor productivity, which suggests that this seems to be a directed technological change story. Plants are shifting their productivity towards energy in response to higher price changes, as opposed to shifting the overall level of their production function. So I'm now at time. I'll just wrap up and then I'm happy to take your question. To bring this back to our conceptual framework, then we're finding overall that these orange and green lines are actually quite close together. So then to conclude, right, the main takeaways from the paper, or the ones that we think are most important, is really this technology lock-in effect seems to be quite significant in the US manufacturing setting, and seems to be largely explained by these persistent differences in the relative productivities of different inputs chosen at entry. And we think that given the discussion that Claire and I had a couple of days ago, and the importance of climate change effects that are happening now, continuing to delay action on climate policy really seems to be inadvisable. So I'll pause there. I'm happy to stick around for a bit if there are other questions. And thanks so much to organizers for a great week.
Thank you everyone for coming. Getting to the end. Like I said at the beginning, I've always thought of the environment week as a kind of a thing of wonder for me anyway. I really love it. It's not something I actually love it. And I think it's because we get this kind of mixture of different people, PhD students, senior researchers, policymakers. But the real big thing is everybody's interested in the environment and the kind of whatever it takes attitude towards confronting all these environmental problems and kind of bringing all fields of economics to bear on that. So since you've all stuck around to the end, consider that an open invitation for coming next year. And try to, the key thing, I think, just reflecting on this, because bread, which is another, we're going to believe it or not, having 2 days more conference with Oriana tomorrow and the next day. I was reflecting on why bread was so important to me, and I was talking to Esther Duflo. The reason was every year we went, and it was twice a year, so there was one in the US and one in Europe, and we just went. We didn't look at the papers. We just went. I think if you can sort of come to in that spirit to Environment Week, you'll learn a lot. But that's obviously up for you to assess based on your experience this week. But I also wanted to thank Lisa, Emiliano, and Paul particularly, as well as Lubala, Samira, Laura, Tindova, and so on. With a huge team making this happen. Particularly thank you for you. But please come back next year. Thank you.
Very, very exciting.
I now you do I'm very impressed. Public lecturing is actually for a lot. Yeah.